Good evening. I would like to call tonight's meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council to order. Will the clerk please call the roll? And I'm hearing feedback. One second. Can you,
There we go.
okay. All right,
I think it should be
excellent.
fine now.
Would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy,
Here.
Councilmember Landman,
Here.
Councilmember DeBala,
Present.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Here.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Here.
Councilmember Hanzak,
Present.
Councilmember West.
Here.
Good evening, everyone. Apologies for our tardy start. The council met at 6:30. We met in an administrative function session regarding the process for soliciting outside counsel to perform an independent audit, the scope of which to be determined of the events giving rise to the litigation known as Cooper v. City of Tacoma Park. Administrative function sessions are closed to the public. In terms of the agenda for this evening, there are no changes to the agenda, but man, do we have a lot of stuff to do. We have a report out on the closed session of May the 2nd, 2025. We also have a number of items to vote on this evening. The first, well, actually, shouldn't start with the voting session. Presentation. We'll have a presentation of the quarterly financial report FY25 third quarter. And then we will have a pretty long voting session. The first is the second reading ordinance authorizing execution of a grant agreement with the Maryland State Arts Council and expenditure of grants funds for the restoration of the Azalea sculpture. Second reading ordinance authorizing the execution of a grant agreement with the Office of Statewide Broadband, Maryland Computer Lab Program, and expenditure of grant funds for the Library Computer Lab. Resolution authorizing submission of the Kim Lampere Bikeways Network Program grant application. Resolution identifying FY26 traffic calming and sidewalk projects. First reading ordinance adopting the FY26 tax rates. The council will vote to convene as the Stormwater Management Board. And then we will read the first reading ordinance adopting the FY26 Stormwater Management Budget. Then we will have the first reading ordinance adopting the FY 2026 budget. Then we will have consent agenda. And these, just as a reminder for my colleagues, items on the consent agenda are voted on as one motion unless the city council member requests that an item be removed for individual discussion and vote. So our consent agenda consists of the single reading ordinance awarding a contract for an HVAC control system, as well as a single reading ordinance awarding a contract for a traffic study in the New Hampshire Gardens community in Ward 6. We also have a resolution adopting council priorities for 2025-2026, which will be discussed. And then last but not least, we will have a work session on the review of the draft resolution establishing the council compensation committee. With that, on Wednesday, just again, as a reminder, Sunday, May the 11th is Mother's Day, and to all the moms out there, congrats. And Wednesday, May the 14th, the city council will meet at its regular time of 7:30. We will have a few items for the record: proclamation of May as Mental Health Awareness Month, proclamation of May as the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month, the proclamation recognizing National Peace Officers Memorial Day. We also have a presentation, an introduction of the MML Legislative Action Request process and council legislative priorities. We also will have the voting session, which consists of the second reading ordinance adopting the FY26 tax rates, second reading ordinance adopting the FY 2026 stormwater management budget, second reading ordinance adopting the FY 2026 budget, resolution establishing the council compensation committee, single reading ordinance approving a contract extension for technical support and necessary system upgrades associated with the relocation of the city TV control room. And then we will have two work sessions that evening. The first is the police department annual report, and the second is an update on the public safety task force recommendations. On Wednesday, May the 21st, the council will meet at its regular time. We will start with a proclamation of National Public Works Week. As we will also have two presentations. The first is a final presentation on the Performance Management Design Project and a presentation on rent stabilization by Dr. Christina Stacy of the Urban Institute. We will have a voting session. A resolution authorizes submission of MML legislative action requests. And we will also have a work session review of the resolution 2017-45, identifying goals and priorities for the police. And ordinance, and the other work session will be on an ordinance amending Title VI housing regarding the issuance of rental licenses. On Monday, May the 26th is Memorial Day. City offices and facilities will be closed Sunday and Monday for the Memorial Day holiday. And Wednesday, May the 28th, the council will not meet. And so with that, I am going to move to the report out on the closed session for May the 2nd. On May 2nd, 2025, the City Council convened in the Community Center Auditorium at 6:30 p.m. to vote to convene in closed session to meet with staff and the city's attorneys to receive a briefing on a personnel matter and to consult with counsel to receive legal advice regarding the litigation captioned as Cooper v. City of Tacoma Park and the related settlement. The meeting was closed pursuant to Annotated Code of Maryland General Provisions Article 3-305B1, which permits a meeting to be closed to discuss personnel matters, and 3-305B7, which establishes the closing of a meeting to receive legal advice. At the end of the closed session, the council adjourned for the evening and did not reconvene in public. Present for the closed session vote, Mayor Searcy, council members Landman, Slagle, Gilbert, Wesselek, City Clerk Carpenter, council members Dabala and Honzak were absent for the vote. Resident Tom Gagliardo submitted an objection to the holding of a closed meeting. Councilmember Gilbert moved to convene the closed session. Councilmember Wesselek seconded the motion. The motion carried. Voting for, Mayor Searcy, Councilmember Landman, Councilmember Schlegel, Councilmember, sorry, that's in there twice. Councilmember Gilbert, Councilmember Wesselek. Absent, council members Dabala and Honzak. The council reconvened. We're talking about the vote. Council members Dabala and absent council members Dabala and Honzak. The council reconvened in the council conference room for the closed session. Present for the closed session, Mayor Searcy, council members Landman, Schlegel, Gilbert, Honzak, and Wesselek, Councilmember Dabala on Zoom. City Manager DeSpirito, Deputy City Manager Eubanks on Zoom, City Clerk Carpenter, Attorneys Cornbrook and Wozniak, both on Zoom, and Interim HR Director Bodak on Zoom. Topics discussed in the closed session: information received from litigation counsel, considerations in the decision to settle the lawsuit, legal considerations for the investigative audit, communications between counsel and city attorney, current and prior status of involved city personnel, next steps for topics discussed. The meeting was adjourned at 8:45 p.m. Now we're going to move to public comments on voting items. And just as a reminder for members, wow, it's a lot of voting items. Voting items include second reading ordinance authorizing execution of grant agreement with the Maryland State Arts Council and expenditure of grant funds for the restoration of Azalea structure. The second reading ordinance authorizing execution of a grant agreement with the Office of Statewide Broadband, Maryland Computer Lab Program, and expenditure of grant funds for the Library Computer Lab. Resolution authorizing submission of Kim Lampier Bikeways Network Program grant application. Resolution identifying FY26 traffic calming and sidewalk projects. First reading ordinance adopting the FY 2026 tax rates. First reading ordinance adopting the FY 2026 stormwater management budget. First reading ordinance adopting the FY 2026 budget. And the consent agenda, which includes single reading ordinance awarding a contract on an HVAC control system, single reading ordinance awarding a contract for a traffic study in the New Hampshire Gardens community in Ward 6, and a resolution adopting council priorities for 2025-2026. Do we have any public comments on those items?
Arthur David Olson, Herbie Hancock Avenue, Ward 4. Everything I need to know in life I learned from I Love Lucy. In one episode, Lucy comes home and enthuses about saving money by taking advantage of a 50% off sale at Macy's. Ricky's reply is, "Lucy, at this rate, you are going to save us into the poorhouse." Which brings me to the proposed Bikeway grant. The city would get 80% off of the cost of the design work for part of the Bikeway. It would face a matching cost of $53,000. $53,000 is more than my annual income. It's a lot of money to me. And there are factors that make it a lot of money in this case. The grant would not pay for any Bikeway construction. No source of funding for Bikeway construction has been identified. With new federal funding cuts, as well as state and county budget woes, prospects for construction funding are dimmer than ever before. None of the construction would be on city property. New Hampshire Avenue is a state road. South of East-West Highway, it's not even in the city, or for that matter, Montgomery County. It's all Prince George's County, including the sidewalks on both sides. Securing necessary Bikeway construction permission from the state and the two counties would involve challenges. As we learned from the experience with the State Highway Administration and Junction Development, such challenges can be insurmountable. And since the project was conceived, the city has experience with 4 big projects: library reconstruction, the Flower Avenue project, Recreation Center redevelopment, and Junction redevelopment. Of these, only the Flower Avenue project was carried to completion without a huge cost overrun. 2 projects were not completed at all. So there are 3 chances in 4 that even if the project can be funded and permits obtained, things will go wrong. Last month, the council decided to opt out of a sidewalk grant with troubling conditions. I hope the council will opt out of this grant. My sense is that city staff can find more effective uses for $53,000 in advancing the city's safety and environmental work. The $53,000 would be spent over 3 years. Given the city's population, that's a cost of about $1 per person per year. I hope the council will find a better use for my tax dollar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comments on voting items?
Tom Gagliardo, I live in the city of Tacoma Park. All of you represent all of us. I did not intend to speak on this item. It's new information for me, but it's new information that causes me, I'm sorry. I said I did not intend to speak tonight, but this is new information for me. And when I get new information, I change what I am going to do based on what the most loyal, the most dedicated, the most careful citizen, Arthur David Olson. I now know that you should act as he has asked you to act. But more broadly, what I'm saying to all of you is, you cannot, you should not, you must not lock into positions and ignore the information that you're provided. You need to maintain an open mind and to be responsive to the reality that all of us face. You have routinely failed to do so. I pray that that will soon end.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments on voting items? Okay, do we have any virtual comments on voting items? Okay. We can move to general public comments. Do we have any general public comments? Come on down.
I'm Steve Shapiro, live in Ward 1.
Just really quickly, Mr. Shapiro should have 5 minutes.
Right, and if I can do it in 2, all the better.
Excellent.
Last week, the mayor referred to a former sergeant on the police force. This language struck me as being intentionally misleading. If this was not the mayor's intention, she should explain herself. Following this, not one of the 5 council members who spoke afterwards called her out on this. What are you afraid of? Those who are past and current federal employees know that lack of candor is a serious, very serious offense. As a union official with the federal government, I have seen employees lose their jobs because of lack of candor. I understand Kirk Gilbert, Ward 4 council representative, is a lifelong resident of Tacoma Park and a retired police officer. Why was he silent last week? Kurt is in a great position to inform the council and the public about the culture in our police department, its strengths and its weaknesses. Kurt, I call on you to start speaking frankly with all of us. As regards Mr. Black, the public is clamoring to know why his penalty was demotion. In private industry and elsewhere, people are discharged for similar conduct. As for the other police officers reported for shunning Ms. Cooper, people want to know how widespread this was. Were there penalties on these officers? And do we still want them on the force? Has this been corrected? So much work has been done in recent years, hard work, to improve our police department. Now with the way the city has handled this case, confidence in our police department has been undermined. People are talking about giving Tacoma Park Public Safety over to Montgomery County. I myself support the principle of local police, but we've got to get it right. If there is not a cover-up here, why has the city not made public all available documents in this case, including affidavits, since the case has been settled? That's the Cooper case. Allowing this lack of information from the city to fester for a few weeks and the holding of secret council sessions on this matter has done great damage to our city. Can the public trust our city attorney who advises the council? The kumbaya sentiments that the council expressed a few weeks ago is meaningless, and even worse if it does not include the council being frank with each other, with the mayor, and with the public, and being frank in a timely manner. There is a baseline of mistrust over the library and the atrium. This is not good for any of us. If criticisms are to be made, please welcome them, listen, and act on them, as Tom was speaking before. Nobody wants a divided council fighting among themselves and with the public, as we had here in our city 40-odd years ago. I remember it, and it was not good. You can do better, and we need you to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Thank you, Council, Mayor. Last week, I participated and became aware of a feasibility study for Piney Branch Elementary School. I did not know about it until our good councilwoman sent an email to our neighborhood listserv. But are very concerned about the options currently available to us about our children getting bused across county, more than likely across county, 40 minutes, 45 minutes in good traffic. There are other alternatives that came up during that meeting that we would like our council to push Parks and Planning to consider. That being construction taking place behind the school staying active during construction, and then the construction site that would demolish the current school when the new school is built, and then would flip basically the fields and playground to that side. At least that was an option that the contractors and MCPS had proposed to the Parks and Planning Commission. They rejected that without any public hearing. We have since, my friend and I that were there have talked to dozens and dozens of parents. We have a WhatsApp chat with over 100 parents who are very angry, very upset that this will impact not only after-care programs, after-school programs, local businesses. In the next couple of days, I'm going to be talking to the local real estate association because this will impact them. People move to our community because of our schools. This is at least a minimum 5-year project, given the 2-year study, minimum 2 years construction. Who knows? This is going to slide. We live in a very volatile time right now. We need our city council and our mayor to re-engage Parks and Planning at the county, to re-engage MCPS, to let them know that busing our children, people are moving here wholesale to Tacoma Park because of our schools, because of the community. This will disrupt not only our children, but the parent involvement that we have grown both at Tacoma Park Elementary and Piney Branch Elementary. This will not only close down the pool as well, which I'm sure you will hear about at some point if you haven't already, but I would encourage you guys to reach out to your respective wards to alert the parents that their children at this point, come 2028, will start being bused across county if there are not alternatives to be found. Nothing is baked in. I know May 15th, there's another one. More and more parents are going to start becoming involved. My time is up, but thank you so much, Mayor, Council.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments this evening?
Good to see you all. Hello. All right. Well. Oh, yeah. Ward 3, Reginald J. Ruffin. Good grief. This young man represents us. Thank you. So, the budget. Okay. Last time I was here, I was talking about it. And I said, well, it's business, family business. So, as such, 2 things you can do with business is to either cut expenses or raise revenue. We already have the highest taxes. We already know that. We've talked about that before. You guys do a lot of work, and it's hard work. But at the same time, I understand and I need to verify, but we're pretty much at another $2 million deficit again. I'm like, what? I'm not sure how that occurs, and I need to know more details, I guess, and I need to do a little bit more reading. But if that's the case and we're starting out there, I'm trying to figure out what the process was to get us, or why we're at that point again, in terms of if that's a true statement. I need to verify. We're looking at certain things. We're seeing a $2 million deficit. We're starting there already. I'm like, whoa, whoa, what's happened? What's happened? I already pointed out before about our wonderful salaries that we have. It's like 16 people. Those are 14 of them at above 100,000, 2 of them over 200,000, which is way above the average for the American citizen. So that's not to point out a negative. It's just to point out, okay, we're operating at a $2 million deficit already. We're what? 2.4 square miles, and we have about 17 to 18,000 given any time of year citizens. So why are we operating like that? And understand, you guys work hard, so I need to find out more details. But when I heard a $2 million deficit, I'm like, whoa, what happened? And what can we do about it? What can we do about it to help the process? What do we need to do? Is there something we can do? Is there something we can do as a citizenship to help to alleviate that, so we can live, so we can work and function at a positive thing, especially being the highest taxed city in the county. So we should be able to somehow operate in a positive light as opposed to negative. So I was like, there's a lot of things that are going on behind the scenes that I don't know about. So I'm not going to. So I don't want to speak from ignorance in terms of not knowing, and then you guys are dealing with a lot of different things that we may not know about. But how are we operating at a $2 million deficit again, and we're just doing this thing. So again, I'm going to say thank you for your hard work. You know it's not easy. We're out here talking. It's easy to be a Monday morning quarterback. It really is. At the same time, though, sort of we need to look at that and say, okay, what can we do about it? You know what I want to do? Thank you for this time. Take care.
Thank you. Do we have any other general public comments?
Is Shorty going to speak? Good evening, Paul Huebner, Ward 3. I wasn't going to speak, but I was inspired by Reginald. I just want to say that I hope you view us as the loyal opposition, because I aspire to work half as hard and have half as much dedication and devotion to the city and the residents as you folks exhibit all the time. I see the work that people do. I can't even keep up. But I will say that on page 19 of the document, the budget deficit this year again is $2,533,321. Again, that makes 14 of the last 15 years that the city has been spending more money, not just a little bit, than they take in. On average, they spend 10% more. On average, over the scope of time, the city takes in, just from the increased assessments, $1.5 million every year more than the previous year, and that's never enough. We have an insatiable appetite here. We need you people to stand up. Now, I work for some of the people, I'm not going to call them poor. They're my neighbors, and they become my friends. Okay? I am glad to encounter them and to learn from them. They're the people that set the stage for me to live here. Okay? And they need help. 21% of the homeowners, 47% of the renters are housing burdened. What on God's earth are we doing? I mean, when will the time come when you look in the mirror and say, I have to think about somebody other than myself or the people who are coming to me? I don't want anything, okay? All I want is a fair shake. And we are not getting a fair shake. And I implore you to think about those of us in the community that are the least of us. Learn from the least and you become the best. This is just going on and on. And I wasn't going to address this till I had further prepared, and I'm not prepared right now. But there is millions of dollars of lost revenue in this city. I challenge each and every one of you to drive down any street in any of your wards, and you will see 2 to 4 dumpsters on every other block. These additions, these renovations are $300,000 minimum piece. I did this for a living. I ran $1.6 to $2.1 million a year in residential renovations for 6 years. These are $300,000 renovations. 1% is $3 grand a year. I guarantee you, across the street from a job that I'm doing Thursday are 2 brand new homes. On Grand Avenue, where I just did a job, there's another renovation, whole house renovations, and there's another renovation at the corner of Sherman and whatever the cross street is, Hancock it might be. There's millions of dollars. Find a way, tell your staff to find a way to tax this, because what the downstream effect is, everybody that builds sells $1.25 million house, my assessment goes up because when they do the assessment, and I challenge it annually for 10 years, they look at the 3 houses closest to yours in size, they assess them, and they comp your house to that. So when the mean price goes up to $1.25 million in your neighborhood, your value goes up at least 20%. So it affects all the residents.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
I appreciate your indulgence.
Thank you. Public comments?
Good evening. Good evening. Sue Miller, Ward 3. So far, council has addressed the sexual harassment case in 3 closed meetings, culminating in tonight's super secret session without a vote. As of today, 200 residents have signed the letter asking you for transparency and accountability in this matter. I want to point out that it takes courage to sign such a letter, especially in these times. The letter calls for actions that will begin to restore a sense of trust. Closed meetings are the opposite of transparency. The letter calls for an investigation, but it also calls for swift and direct public action by the council. The letter calls for immediate public discussion by council and staff of what happened and release of all relevant documents. The letter calls for an explanation of why the alleged harasser is on our staff, which makes residents feel unsafe. The letter asks whether staff beyond the alleged harasser were held accountable in any way. This should be a matter of record and is well known to staff, and again, is not protected as a personnel issue in a case of police misconduct. The letter calls for a clear explanation of the taxpayer ramifications of the $1 million payout, which should not require an investigation. For instance, either there was a deductible or there wasn't. The letter calls for an explanation of why this case was only made public because it got into the press. And the letter asks who on the council knew about this case before it hit the press and why some council members were kept in the dark. Continued secrecy and closed meetings are not reassuring to residents, and as we have seen in previous cases, closed meetings lead to bad decisions, bad governance, and added expense. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments this evening?
Hi there, Diane Bartz from Ward 1. I mainly have questions. The first question.
I'm sorry, can you get a little closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
The first question I have is, the council members that were not told about the sexual harassment complaint that was filed on the settlement that was coming, those people, are you talking to the police and city officials and insisting that in the future you get a lot more transparency about important matters? I understand there is a briefing by the police officer when you folks are hired before you take office, you know, and that this talks about the needs of the department. And I guess my presumption, if I was in your position, would be that I would also be told about issues that are facing the department that are relevant. So another question I have is, are there other sexual harassment complaints or investigation underway that are related to this case or unrelated to this case? Thomas Black seems to be a pretty active individual, and I cannot believe that Ms. Cooper was his only victim. The other question I have is, how long will the study take? And I would like a real date on this. Longtime Washingtonian here, I covered Congress, I've talked to a bunch of lobbyists, and I know delay is a way to defeat something. Bills almost never die in Congress because they get voted down. They just die, and I do not want this issue to die. And I think there's a lot of anger out there. When I talk to people in Ward 1, the investigation is sort of considered a CYA effort, and there's a lot of cynicism about it, and I think you folks should know that. And that's all I have. I would really like answers to my questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comments this evening? Okay, do we have any virtual public comments? Come on down, people, it's almost 9 o'clock.
Arthur David Olson still, Ward 4 still, Herbie Hancock Avenue still. An obligatory disclaimer, I am not a lawyer. Tonight, the council held a third secret session on sexual harassment and subsequent matters. I hope it will be the last such session. Settlement having been reached, there is little, if any, guidance on legal matters that the council needs to provide. And unless the council is contemplating action regarding an employee, such as the city manager, who reports directly to the council, there is no role for the council to play in personnel matters. Section 702 of the city charter specifies that neither the council nor any of its members shall direct or request the appointment of any person to or removal from, or in any matter take part in the appointment or removal of officers or employees. The secret sessions can be seen as an indication that council is trying to hide something. While I do not believe that that is the case, other members of the community may not see it that way. The secret sessions do constrain you. If you didn't have them, you wouldn't have to worry about whether something you wanted to say would violate confidentiality. You do need to worry about that now. Since the city now seems determined to have 2 deputy city managers, I hope you'll take advantage of that. The new deputy city manager did not come on board until 2025, after the harassment and aftermath. I hope the city manager and council will put them in full and independent charge of the city's response effort. In general, I hope the council and city management will walk the walk of transparency and openness and end the secrecy that has prevailed to date. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other general public comments? Come on down.
Hi, I'm Beth. I'm from Ward 1. And I brought my son today just to see how this all works. He'll be entering Piney Branch in 2027. And I just wanted to note the amount of time that we've all been sitting here is about, give or take, the amount of time he would have been on a bus to get to school, based on the options we've heard so far. So I would just please urge you to re-engage parks. Just make sure we've exhausted every possible option before we send our kids on a bus for 45, 50 minutes to and from every single day. It's a long time for these kids. And just really urge you to exhaust every possible option that we have before we do that. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Any other general public comments?
Hi, Elizabeth Wallace, Ward 1. On the president's desk is a sign that reads, "The buck stops here." It conveys his belief in personal responsibility and a commitment not to pass blame to others. It signifies that he holds himself accountable for the actions and decisions of his administration. It's 1945. The president is Truman, not Trump. But on whose desk does the buck stop in Tacoma Park? I'm not virtue signaling. I'm speaking from the hardest education there is, experience. For 29 years, I ran a small company that helped process 250,000 passports and visas for executives traveling abroad. Then one day, 35 years ago, I got a letter. An employee had filed a sexual harassment case against my company for the actions of another employee. We had a 2-room office with 8 employees. When did it happen? Why didn't I see it? I don't know. 2 rooms. I will say sexual harassers are sneaky, surreptitious buggers. The victim sought damages of $100K, which is about $300 now. The depositions revealed the truth through details that didn't come close to rivaling Miss Cooper's case. The settlement was much less, but it and the $50K for lawyers came out of the only pocket there was, mine, because I was the owner. No, it didn't occur to me to get insurance in 1987. Here, times have changed. The city's insurance will pay for it. Our premiums will probably increase, or we could lose coverage. I don't know. But then, like you must, I fired the one responsible and then had to pull the company and myself back together. That's not easy. In closing, I want to say 3 things. Having had over 200 employees over the years, I've had to let many go, and I don't know how many of you have ever really been in charge of firing employees, face to face, not through HR. Well, good, I'm glad. But if you haven't, you haven't lived. And I mean that. Not that it was a fun thing to do, but quite the opposite. It's very, very soul-searching. It might be tough now, but if you want to sleep at night for the rest of your lives, you have to do the right thing. Bad employees don't need protection. They need expulsion. No one learns if they don't suffer the consequences of their actions. Isn't that why police arrest people? However, what is also egregious, time, money is wasted on dealing with bad employees when it takes time, resources, and attention away from the good ones who want to work at a good workplace and go home and sleep at night too. And I'll say it again. I'm not just standing at this podium pointing a finger. I'm standing here speaking from hard-earned experience. And if I can say, when it happened at my company, the buck stopped here, and I alone paid the damages and picked up the pieces. And if I can do it, then all of you can take the same kind of responsibility. You know what to do, just do it. Do the right thing, and hold your resolve, because you may have to do it again.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comments this evening?
Tom Gagliardo. A question. Yesterday at 5:20, a notice was issued that there would be a public meeting tonight to vote on closing your meeting once again to discuss the Cooper matter. I turned on Channel 28, Verizon Cable. There was no meeting. There were people here in this room. There was no meeting. I bumped into 2 of you. You said you were upstairs. Did you have a meeting upstairs? Did you take a vote? I know you don't answer questions at council meetings, but please answer this one. Facts. There was a nationwide fentanyl lawsuit settlement for state and local governments. Came before the Tacoma Park City Council and the mayor. There was a closed meeting. A contractor sued the city over the Flower Avenue project. It was settled for $50,000. The documents were public, and the city council and mayor held a closed session. The Neighborhood Development Corporation contract with the city was terminated, and they were paid $450,000, and the mayor and council held a secret meeting. The only reason, as prior speakers have said, that we know about the Cooper settlement is because Ms. Cooper and her attorneys chose to make the matter public. The sexual harassment was alleged to have occurred and was found to have occurred in August of 2022. The mayor, Kate Stewart. On the council, Cindy Davala and Talisha Searcy. Let me point out some facts about this suit itself. It was settled before discovery was completed. It was settled before any substantive motions were filed. And it was settled for $1 million. Indisputable facts. I am a plaintiff's labor and employment attorney and have been one for decades. That is astounding. It says to me that something big happened, that something hasn't been said. You do not settle a case at that stage of litigation, almost ever, but you never settle it for $1 million unless there was something very big that somebody wanted to keep very secret. You have a series of emails from me today laying out the law. I hope you've read them. I hope you take my view seriously, and I hope you act accordingly. Final comment. The overarching direction to whoever does the audit is to go where the facts lead you.
Thank you very much.
Without-
Your
if you-
time is
I-
up.
one Can I finish my
You've had 2 opportunities to speak tonight, and
was
we have a
speak-
very full agenda. Thank you very
Thank you for
much.
allowing me to finish my sentence, Mayor. That's really
Thank you
undemocratic.
very much. Do we have any virtual public comments this evening?
Yes, Ms. Rebecca Sutton.
Thank you.
Is she on? No? Okay. Doesn't seem like she's on. We can.
Rebecca's
She's
not
not
here.
on.
Okay. We're going to move to council comments. Do we have any council comments this evening? Councilmember Gilbert.
Thank you, Mayor. Is my mic not on? Check one. Okay. I really appreciate the comments. I appreciate the passion. One of the things I love about is the passion for just about everything. I was addressed last week, Mr. Shapiro, in regard to some comments I made 2 weeks prior regarding, my thoughts and what I know about the police department. And in my statements, I talked about the culture and what I knew it to be from 1993 until 2000, when I retired. I made it very clear I can't speak definitively to the culture as it has been for the past 4 years. But I know that there's, to my knowledge, and again, I was in middle management to command for a large portion of my career. And systemic matters of harassment, more or less sexual harassment, was just not a thing. I can probably, if I research my brain data bank, I could maybe find a couple of incidents where officers were held accountable for that kind of thing. That kind of stuff happens occasionally. But one other thing I spoke to was this police chief's ability to deal with those issues efficiently and thoroughly. And quite frankly, he dealt with far more of those issues, not sexual harassment, but issues where officers of misconduct and things of that nature, than any police chief that I've known in my career. And that's what I talked about. I know that Ms. Bartz, you made it clear that it seemed like I was showing sympathy or towards the police chief. And when you said that, I didn't say anything last week, Mr. Shapiro, because I've learned and I've taught my kids and kids that I coach that if someone says something that, about you or thinks something about you or something that you said or believe, first thing you do is take a good look at yourself, self-evaluate. And so I did go back and I read my, or I listened to my comments, I should say, and you were exactly right, Ms. Bartz. That's exactly what I was doing. And I showed that sympathy for the chief. I share that same sympathy for my former colleagues and police officers on staff, for our community as a whole. There's a big black eye for us. And I stand in support of everyone. So yeah, I have a lot of sympathy for everyone involved, and Ms. Cooper especially. That had to be a bad situation for her to work in a hostile work environment. I had to do so right before my retirement, and it was the chief who walked me through that process. He knew my paperwork better than I did, and he took it to Human Resources. So when I stood in support of him, I meant that, and I'll do that until we learn, and that's another thing I asked for was patience, until we learn that he didn't handle that situation correctly, or anyone else for that matter. And I asked that then, and I'm asking it again, if we can be patient. We have an investigation that we're looking at getting started here soon, and we'll learn more. And I just ask again for patience. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Do we have any other public comments, council comments this evening? Councilmember Landon.
I want to thank all the people who spoke this evening about the budget and especially about the challenge that we face in addressing the aftermath of the sexual harassment and retaliation case that we've all been speaking about tonight. My end goal as representative of the City Council is that we achieve the maximum transparency that we can under the law, and that we get to a place where we can talk about as much as we can publicly discuss as soon as we can, but we have to do that in a way that comports with the rules. And we are struggling as a council to find the proper balance between speed and appropriateness to get an audit done that has the appropriate scope and select someone to do that with the right experience and credentials and objectivity to do it properly. So yes, it's difficult that some of those conversations have to be held in administrative session, which incidentally, Mr. Gagliardo, administrative session, unlike a closed session, from my understanding, does not require that we have a vote on it. But if I'm mistaken, you can correct me and the rest of us later. But the point that I'm trying to make is that many of us are struggling to make sure that we set the correct balance between what we can say in public and what we cannot say in public. And I very much look forward to getting the audit that we seek done as soon as we can, but with enough care that we don't regret later, because we can investigate in haste and repent at leisure, or we can take a little bit longer to get it right. And I would appreciate any input that people want to give to me on what you think the proper criteria are, or who you think the proper people might be to assist us with this. And meanwhile, I just ask for your forbearance, and I realize patience is not easy to come by. I don't have a lot myself, but this is the time we need to do it right. So please help us, and help us to do the right thing. And I appreciate, Ms. Wallace, your point about where the buck stops. And believe me, it's on my mind, and I think it's on the mind of the other people on the council as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Councilmember Honzak.
Thank you really a lot to everyone who, as my colleagues have said, speaks with passion, conviction, and a lot of knowledge of the law. I've really, and a lot of knowledge of sexual harassment cases. I have really appreciated some of the very well thought out information that's been sent our way. And as you can imagine, there is a lot to read and digest on council while we are supposedly working part-time. I don't think that's the reality for any of us. So, and so patience is truly of the essence, and we appreciate you, but please understand how challenging this is. We each have to talk to one another. We have to talk to the attorneys. We have to have these different conversations and be prepared for the work that we come and try to do together. And we are constantly evolving and learning and going where the facts go, Mr. Gagliardio. I just, a couple things before I talk about something lighter. I have been thinking a lot about the clapping that takes place, and I know people feel good to be clapped for, and tonight there's no one that didn't get clapped for, I don't think. But I just want people to ponder for a second, too, that if we have some more contentious issues and other people come in, I would beg you to consider that when we do clap, it's not necessarily conducive to an environment that everyone's going to feel welcome speaking in. And so I would invite you to just consider that when you clap. And I'm not trying to judge anybody for clapping. I've myself clapped before. Yeah, I mean, you could pat somebody on the back too afterwards. It might be something to just think about, just so that we make sure that this space is always a welcoming space for anybody who comes in and has an alternative opinion. And you may not agree with me, but I just want to share that thought, that impression I have. All right, so a few lighter thoughts. Miss Jackie Frazier's family came to town all the way from California for her passing and her funeral, and thank you to my colleagues who joined me for her funeral last week at the Sligo Adventist Church. Her 95-year-old mother flew all the way across the country, and it was really beautiful to get to meet Jackie's mother, who for me is a real personal hero. Also, there was a Blair musical last week, and saw some of our just incredible talent. If you've never been to a Blair musical, it's a cheap and wonderful show to go to and enjoy our local talent, a really incredible talent last year and this year that I got to see. The Tacoma Children's Business Fair, I went to that with my 8-year-old, and one particular group that stood out to me were a couple of kids that were, there were people making homemade pickles, homemade lollipops, but also Bloom and his whole family were doing capoeira, and I learned a little bit about non-Brazilian go-go capoeira, which I had never learned before, and I've invited Bloom and his family to come out and maybe do a capoeira open air demo in Sligo Creek Park one day, so hopefully people will pay attention and come out for that. Came out to the Cinco de Mayo celebration in Long Branch on Monday night that had mariachis and piñatas for kids. Even though there was some rain, they carried through and did that celebration, while some of the community members in Cheer and Discover Long Branch and I worked on a sort of informal planning for the second annual flower celebration, bringing our community together and celebrating our local businesses and youth. That'll be May 31st. And I am sure people will talk about some of the other fabulous things going on last weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Do we have any other council comments? All right. Councilmember Schlegel.
There were so many wonderful and important comments tonight that I would need more time than I've had to process them. I want to acknowledge everyone who spoke about each of the issues. And I thank you, Councilmember Landman, for stating so clearly how I feel as well. It has been very difficult for me as a new council member to discern how and when the need for privacy or confidentiality exists in meetings. I will say that, doing due diligence, I've asked whenever a question arises, and I believe that all my colleagues are always being careful to focus on that, and it's so strange to say once again in another week that this administrative session was deemed to be necessary for a purpose that is like, cannot yet be said. There is lots of work happening, days and nights right now among council members. And like, I know the council members are compiling and reading all the comments from residents and taking them to heart and feeling the responsibility, as Ms. Wallace said, that the buck does stop here. I'm hearing residents' views amplified in these conversations that happen. I hope it's okay for me to say that. And I'm not hearing residents' views ignored. Not once have I heard that. Regarding the Piney Branch Elementary School question, it's very important. I went out with my son and we actually paced off a whole bunch of different dimensions there yesterday evening to try to figure out how much is actually available. It looks like the footprint of the school and the pool right now is about an acre. In front, there's a 60-foot depth that's not used. The school takes up 175 feet of depth, and there's 40 feet behind. So if you think about it as three rectangles, the unoccupied area before you get to the top of the hill to the field is only about 5/8 of the occupied area. So you would be pushing way onto the school, onto the playground, and maybe up to where the field is impacted if you were to try to build a brand new school right behind. But I'm still hopeful that there can be some creative ways to get past that, perhaps by going another floor higher. So you have my word that I'm working very hard to understand what the options are on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Okay. Really quickly, I do want to thank everyone for coming out and providing comments tonight. I don't want to repeat what my colleagues have shared, but I do want to just stress that we are committed to addressing this issue. I want to clarify a few things. Councilmember Landman noted that this was an administrative function, and I know that a point was raised before about who the council's ability to hire. And there's a couple people we hire. We hire the city manager and we hire our attorney. And so in this case, we're making the decision because our expectation is that at the end of this, the information that will be conveyed as part of this audit will come to the council. So I do want to make sure that that point is very clear, especially as additional questions may be raised in terms of our need to have administrative sessions regarding the process in which we need to take in order to ultimately obtain that representative. I also want to, Mr. Shapiro, you had raised a question about my statement. I was referring to the individual's position. So that was something that was stated within other statements that had been released either through the press or through the city, in that individual was a sergeant and is now a police officer. So I do want to make that point clear, that when I say former sergeant, he is no longer a sergeant in our police force, while he is still currently on staff. The feasibility study with MCPS, I do want to stress to our residents that I understand that this feels like it's come out of nowhere. The feasibility study has actually been a part of the MCPS capital improvement budget since, I want to say, 2017, 2018. We have been pushing for them to make some moves. It also came up as part of the MMPA process about them making some moves. I've testified numerous times before either the school board or before the county council in terms of shaking loose the resources for this feasibility study to be done. We are in conversations. I know I attended that meeting as well and talked to MCPS staff to say, hey, we're gonna have to do better to make this easier for people to understand. But I do want to stress that the timing of this is one that is unfortunately typically not linear. There are schools that are already in the CIP that have had feasibility studies completed, that have had design work done and are in queue for construction. So I've heard tonight that there's some questions about a school being built in 2 years. That would be light speed for MCPS to get a school built. But I understand that there's a lot of concerns regarding what ultimately happens to the kids as construction takes place. And we are working diligently with MCPS and other stakeholders within Montgomery County to try to make sure that the processes that they're taking are clear and transparent, and that they're doing the necessary engagement. I do want to talk a little bit about some of the things that happened this weekend. So the business fair was awesome. I had a fantastic time. I enjoyed myself. The Blooms and Beats block party in the Crossroads, that was awesome. African drummers had a chance to dance, but the biggest thing is we had an opportunity to hear from some of our University of Maryland students who were doing public space management engagement type activities around how to create public space seating areas in some of our strip mall areas along New Hampshire Avenue. So I want to thank the students because that was a wonderful experience as well. Also, I did have an opportunity to do the welcome at the Washington Adventist University commencement that was on Sunday, and it was wonderful to engage in this with the students. Well, one of the things that was really nice was there was an award presented to Carol Pauline Varner, who's a Washington Adventist board trustee, but who is also a former city council member. So it was wonderful to see her be recognized at the commencement for all of the work that she's been doing for the university. And then in terms of things this weekend, don't forget about on Saturday, Tacoma Flea, and that's happening, so we'll see you around there. And I think that is all I have for my comments. Councilmember Schlegel.
May I ask for 10 more seconds? Sure. I'm always watching the clock so closely, and when I see it go red, I just cut off. But I had really wanted to thank Mr. Olson, Mr. Ruffin, and Mr. Hubner for their comments on the budget. And I do feel that there's no small amounts. There's nothing to be ignored, and that every dollar does matter. I really appreciate that.
Okay. And with that, I'll turn things over to City Manager DeSpirito.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council, and our guests. I'll try and keep it relatively brief, given the length of the meeting tonight. Montgomery County Public Schools is continuing its outreach around the future of Piney Branch Elementary School. The next meeting is planned for May 15th from 7 to 8 p.m. at the Piney Branch Elementary School cafeteria. Tuesday, May 13th, learn how to nurture a habit for bees and other pollinators, including hummingbirds, moths, beetles, and more, with Nancy Lawson, a local pioneer of creative, wildlife-friendly landscaping methods. The talk begins at 7:30 p.m. here in the Community Center Auditorium. Please check online for a virtual option as well. From the Police Department, Tacoma Park Police and Inova Blood Donor Services are hosting a community blood drive on Saturday, May 24th from 11:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. in the Azalea Room, second floor, here at 7500 Maple Avenue. Donating takes just a little time, but can save lives. Register via the email link provided by the Police Department or contact Catherine Tunis at Tacoma Park Blood Drive at gmail.com. for more information and a link to register. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Mental health matters. Recognizing the signs of mental illness isn't always easy, but resources are available to help. Visit the National Alliance on Mental Illness at www.nami.org for warning signs and support. Tacoma Park residents can also connect with our mental health counselor, Jill Larson. If you or someone you know is in crisis, call or text 988 or chat at 988lifeline.org. You are not alone. And finally, from the Public Works Department, the city's new grant opportunity, Green Homes and Businesses Grant, will open next week. This grant is aimed at improving environmental sustainability and energy efficiency for homes and businesses across the city. This grant helps reduce utility costs, improve indoor air quality, increase comfort, and support the city's broader climate and sustainability goals. Small businesses and residents, both tenants and single-family homeowners, are eligible to apply for a variety of projects that focus on weatherization and electrification. Small businesses are eligible for up to $30,000 per project, and resident grants range from $5,000 to $15,000, depending on household income. An online information session will be held on Tuesday, May 13th at 6 p.m. Please see the grant page of the city website for more information. And that concludes my report tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move to our first presentation of the evening, quarterly financial report, FY25 third quarter. That'll turn things over to our city staff.
Try to bring up the presentation. Thank you. Yeah, Irma, you're clicking it along. I don't have it.
Let's see if I can.
If you don't mind, if you would, please. I don't think I have anything to do that.
Think. I don't know if I can do that. ¿Tú lo controlas de ahí?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So this is the fiscal year 2025 financial report for the third quarter. This represents the 9 months that have ended in our current fiscal year, that have ended in March 31st of this year. The purpose of this overview is to summarize revenue and expenditures, including budget amendment number 1, which occurred during this time frame, and to identify any discrepancies in year-to-year trends, and to enable inquiry and investigation of any inconsistencies. The total year-to-date annual actual revenue across all funds is $29.4 million, or 81% of the budgeted amount. The total year-to-date actual expenditures is $28.4 million, or 52% of the budgeted amount. Revenue exceeded expenditure by $935,137 due to surpluses in the general fund and stormwater fund. A fund summary: general fund, $5.6 million surplus due to collection of annual tax duplication revenue. That comes from the county and other tax payments. Special revenue fund, $114,000 deficit due to timing of grant revenue collection and reduced cable grant revenue. The ARPA fund, $4.9 million deficit due to delayed revenue recognition in the federal grant. Federal grants are usually subject to delayed revenue recognition because they are often conditional, meaning revenue cannot be recognized until specific conditions or performance obligations are met. ARPA is one of the cost reimbursement grants, meaning revenue is only recognized when qualifying expenses are actually incurred and approved. The Stormwater Management Fund, $455,000 surplus due to pending capital projects, expenditures that did not happen yet. And Speed Camera Fund, $78,000 deficit due to delayed revenue from red light cameras resulting from delayed program implementation until the third quarter of this fiscal year 25. Thank you. The general fund is the chief operating fund of the city. It supports the regular daily activities, including police protection, street and parking maintenance, and general administrative functions. The primary general fund revenue sources are taxes and utility fees and intergovernmental revenue. And that's reflected in the chart below. General fund revenues total $27.3 million, or 90% of the total amount budgeted for FY25. That's in comparison to FY24, where general fund at this same juncture, third quarter, revenues were at $27 million, or 92%. So we're tracking very closely with last year. General fund year-to-date expenditures were $21.7 million, or 59% of what was budgeted this year. Compared to last year, FY24, the general fund expenditures were 21.9, or 60% of the budgeted amount. Again, extremely close from year to year. General fund revenue and expenses, whose percentage collected or expended differs by 30% or more year over year, is considered significant. In this case, it's extremely close. Significant differences in expenditures from FY24 to FY25. In the interdepartmental category, in FY25, it's $1 million versus $1.3 million. The FY25 budget increased from $1.9 million to $2.7 million due to an ARPA reallocation in the second budget amendment, which included the addition of HCD grant projects totaling $986,000, and the mental health counselor program, $295,000. The FY24 actual expenditures were higher due to a $400,000 legal contingency expense related to the NDC settlement. And with respect to the Housing and Community Development Planning Division, the FY25 expenditures were reduced due to salary and fringe benefit savings from cost transfers to the red light camera fund and delays in project implementation. Okay. Speed camera fund. Revenue totals $560,000, or 29% of the budgeted amount of $1.9 million. Expenditures totaled $637,000, or 85% of the budgeted amount of $750,000. Red light camera revenue was included in the FY25 budget. However, by the third quarter, collections remained below expectations due to delays in program implementation, primarily caused by installation coordination issues between the State Highway Administration and the red light camera vendor. As of March 31st, the city has collected $220,000 in red light camera fines and $253,000 in speed camera fines and $87,000 in bank interest generated. The Stormwater Fund revenues total $760,000, or 98% of the budgeted amount. This is received from these revenues are received from the county monthly. Expenditures total $305,000, or 31% of the budgeted amount. And this just is an indication of what's coming up. As Mayor Council knows, this evening, May 7th, first reading of the FY26 budget ordinances. Next week, May 14th, would be the second reading of the same budget ordinances. And on May 15th, the tax rate is submitted to both the state and the county. And that concludes my overview, and Finance Director Susan Chung is also here, should you have any questions or comments for us.
Okay.
Susan, did you have anything to add?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I think we skipped one page in the presentation. It's the revenue section that has, it was just right before the interdepartmental expenditure. It's page 6. So that is related to the significant difference in the revenue collection from fiscal year 24 to 25. So
I'll go ahead and touch on that. Sorry, I think we flipped through just a little too quick. Significant differences in revenue collection between the two fiscal years for this, at this juncture, third quarter. Additions and abatements, that's the property tax debit adjustments, due to homeowners tax refund and nonprofit organization tax exemption adjustment. No regular pattern for additions and abatements, and the difference between the 2 years in FY24 was 11,000, and FY25 was 52,000. Rental license and inspection fee, the difference between the 2 years. Last year's 354,000. This year, 200,000. In FY24, license fees were collected at the beginning of the fiscal year. With the implementation of a new payment system in the current fiscal year, FY25, customers can now pay at the license due date, which varies throughout the year. So the revenue, thus it is not surprising that we have a lower percentage at this juncture for the current fiscal year. Licenses and permits, the difference between the 2 years, 59,000 last year, 18,000 this year. A combination of revenue, including telecommunication licenses, driveway permit, trader's permit, tree and parking permits. There is no regular pattern for licenses and permits, so that is a category that is typically going to vary and sometimes widely from year to year. Fines and forfeitures, 129,000 last year and 88,000 this year. The revenue includes municipal infractions, police tickets and parking fines, and again, no regular pattern exists for fines and forfeitures. It tends to vary as to when they occur and we collect.
so I can answer any question that you may have.
Councilmember
Yes.
Honsar?
I just have, thank you so much. I just have one very quick question about the ARPA funds. I'm sorry, I don't still quite get this. Could you just help explain when you say that the revenues have to be recognized? We are already holding these funds. Is that, you can affirm that, right? So when you say the approvals, you're talking about a federal government approval of the expenditures that we have made. Do we have any reason to think that that they might not be approved based on what we're seeing around us, or does this feel like an unnatural delay right now?
Well, we actually received the ARPA fund in 2 tranches,
Right.
and one in 2022 and one in 2023. And the funds that we received, we actually put it in some account that we call an earned revenue. This is not real revenue that we earn. So once we spend the ARPA money in the expenditure, we will transfer the money from the unearned revenue to recognize the revenue as a realized revenue. And that will show up in our revenue of that year.
Right.
Okay, so it's just a way to explain how the grant funds are supposed to be recognized. Similar to our regular state grant fund, we have to spend the money first and then ask for reimbursement. So the federal grant fund in this case is we actually received the two funding, but we didn't put it in revenue directly. We put it in the unearned revenue first.
Yeah, I think that part was all clear to me. I'm trying to understand better who is doing the approving. Is it coming from someone inside the federal government, or is it actually initially internal before we transfer those
This
funds?
is an accounting rule that we have to follow.
So it's internal to our offices?
Yeah, it's internal.
Okay.
So the fund is already given to us.
Okay.
Whether we can actually use it or not, we send a report to the Treasury every quarter.
Afterwards.
And as far as I know, there were no comments, no any discrepancy so far. So we are
Wonderful.
good.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm just
you.
sure a lot of people are asking those questions right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I could remind the public that, too, and the council, that the budget amendment that the mayor and council did, this was the second budget amendment, was a very prudent attempt by the mayor and council, and successful, to maximize, given the deadlines that were existing, where we had, by the end of the calendar year last year, the requirement from the U.S. Treasury to have committed to all expenditures that we're going to do, and then to be able to utilize those funds without, if they had not been committed per the rules, the city would not be able to access those funds, even though or utilize those funds, even though we hold them. And we're trying to avoid a situation where we have to return any to the federal government and put as many dollars as possible to good working use in this community, serving our residents. So that's what the reference to the second budget amendment is about.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yeah, I have a quick question. On this red light camera revenue. So are we getting the revenues at the rate we expected? We just got them, we started late. Or, because we did start late with the revenues. Or is there something about the revenues that they are lower, the rate is lower than we expected?
The original budget for the red light and the speed camera fund was about 1.3 million, the revenue in the budget, original budget. We are not getting the rate as what we expected in the budget. But as far as I know,
Excuse me, because of the delay.
because of the delay.
Not the
But as
pace
far-
of violations that are
Yeah.
occurring.
Okay, that's what I
that was her
wanted to know.
question.
To
Yeah.
that. The Director Chung is correct that the delay, and as I mentioned, due to delays, not by the city, but between SHA and our vendor,
Right.
unfortunately, and permitting and some installation and logistics and stuff that they were trying to work out. We really weren't receiving, any revenue until, unfortunately, this beginning in this third quarter in the current fiscal year. So the last half of last year, where we would hope to begin receiving revenues as early as July, was really put off for the most part until January. And we are representing that we began to get, we had a grace period in there too. And not all of them were put in place the same day. They were at different times, and so it was sort of staged over time, which was out of our control. But now all of them are in place. We've begun to receive revenue, and I can report separately the latest statistics that I've seen from the police department is that the number of citations is exceeding our conservative estimate.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schlegel.
I have two short, quick questions, and then, sorry, I have two short, quick ones, and then maybe one very broad one. First, I thought it was actually nice to see that it appears on page 6 that more people are seeking tax abatements, so that whatever that program is appears to be, more people seem to be taking advantage of it. Yeah. Is it possible to get any information about how equitably those applications may be coming in, like from different parts of the city? Or is perhaps HCD, does HCD track that in any more granular way?
The abatements is actually a reduction to
Mhm.
our city's property tax revenue.
Yeah.
So it contra to our
Yes.
revenue account, and it's a reduction.
Mhm.
And what this abatement means is actually referring to a refund
Yeah.
to the homeowners and a refund to some of the nonprofit organizations that they were originally exempted from those taxes.
I see.
So the city is paying back or refunding these
Mhm.
organizations and these homeowners with all these tax payments. So it's lowering
I
our
understand.
property tax revenue.
Mhm.
So there are details, but we need to ask the detail from the county, because the county is responsible for collecting all our taxes. And also, they are responsible to charge all these abatement charges to the city.
Okay.
So I was reaching out to them because I found out that our percentage increase was pretty significant in 2025. So I am looking into the detail. Who are the individuals that's getting those tax rebates, tax abatements, tax refunds, and what are the organizations are getting those exemptions? And every month they are different.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I realize we have a whole lot on the agenda.
We do. We have 47 seconds left
Yeah.
for this segment.
Then let's just go to I don't understand how you make 87,000 interest on the speed camera fund. That was wild to me, but we can get that offline. But the big question is, do you see our unassigned reserves coming out ahead of where you had projected by June 30th at this point? Are you seeing any signs of how things might turn out with the unassigned reserves?
I would still say it's too early to tell, because usually our payments to our vendors are usually 2 months behind. And also our tax payments, especially the cable grant money and some of the tax money, are always 2 months behind. So we are probably running into late July, maybe early August, before we can actually tell what is our unassigned reserve of fiscal year 25 looks like.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And again, I recognize that depending on where we are in the fiscal year, you kind of have to caveat these numbers in terms of what they mean for the broader budget. But it's really helpful to have these regular updates to help us understand the progress that we're making. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Landman had her hand up.
One quick question. This is for the city manager. At one time, Mr. Eubanks, who was in here this evening, mentioned that there was one pending, potentially multi-$1,000 matter between us and the construction company over who was going to be footing the bill for a component of the library, which would be a chunk of change significant enough that I wonder whether you have any information about that, since he reported that that was still in arbitration.
We can provide an update to mayor and council on change orders.
We are going to have a fourth budget amendment coming up in June. So any changes to our expenditure in fiscal year 25 will definitely be showing up in the fourth budget amendment, because this is the last budget amendment for this fiscal year.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, we're going to move into our voting session. The first item is the second reading ordinance authorizing execution of a grant agreement with the Maryland State Arts Council and expenditure of grant funds for the restoration of the Azalea sculpture. Would someone like to move the second reading ordinance?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Any points of discussion?
I have one point.
Councilmember Schlegel?
This is just for the public record that I had asked on behalf of a resident for more information about the cost of the 21,000 some. And I understand that a lot of it is for actually a new portion of the sculpture, which will be the backdrop for it, which will be made of steel. And that also correctly putting the foundation and the footings in for the new location on New Hampshire Avenue, and the labor for that does add up. So it made sense to me, and I'm appreciating Deputy City Manager Eubanks for providing that information.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no other points of discussion, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy,
Aye.
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak,
Aye.
Councilmember Westlick.
Can we take a quick 5-minute break?
Maybe she went upstairs.
right, good evening. I'm going to call the meeting of the Tacoma Park City Council back to order. We're going to continue with our voting session. The next item is the second reading ordinance authorizing execution of a grant agreement with the Office of Statewide Broadband, Maryland Computer Lab Program, and expenditure of grant funds for the computer lab. Would someone like to move the second reading ordinance?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Any points of discussion on this one? Excellent. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy,
Aye.
Councilmember Landman,
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala,
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel,
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert,
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak,
Aye.
Councilmember Wesley.
Aye.
Okay, great. Next item is a resolution authorizing submission of Kim Lampere Bikeways Network grant application. Would someone like to move it?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Any points of discussion on this one?
I do.
Councilmember Schlegel.
In light of Mr. Olson's comment on this item, I wanted to ask whether if the grant is awarded, would that necessitate the city spending the grant within a certain amount of time?
The answer is yes, we would have a grant agreement that sets forth the time by which we have to complete all activities related to the grant. Typically, that's about 2 years from the date of the execution of the grant agreement.
Councilmember Honzak?
That was part of my question, but I was just wondering if you might, if anybody from the council who has been involved in this project, maybe you or from staff, wants to speak to Mr. Olson's questions about it. I don't know if you were here for that.
Yeah, so is this the question about cost or the purpose of the project?
It was mostly about cost.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
so we,
And I think also maybe how long the project's been in the planning or how long these might take might be part of that.
yeah, so projects like these are kind of escalating projects. So this portion is part of a larger project, which is the New Avenue Bikeways project. And so that is the goal, to connect the incoming Purple Line station up at the crossroads, down New Hampshire Avenue, and into DC with their bicycle infrastructure, with the idea of providing kind of comprehensive pedestrian and cyclist connections for our residents to access different points of transit and then also move into the district. The cost itself is a small portion of the total design cost. So we are continuing our work. We recently had a conceptual design meeting for this portion of it last month now, around kind of the conceptual design work. And that was through a grant from the Washington Metropolitan Council of Governments. What we're going to do with this grant is take that work and start putting it into actual designs, engineering designs that can be constructed. And so that requires paying engineering firms to go do the designs, work with, for example, SHA and other stakeholders, and then also put together a kind of final bid packet. So that's this portion of the grant. It does take a lot of money to pay very talented people to look at these roads, do those calculations that can actually get through the permitting process. And so that is why we apply for grant funding to do this. This grant itself gets spread out. So we are not paying $53,000 all in one fiscal year. It goes through FY26. If we start, we expend some of the grant then, and then it would be expended likely in FY27 and FY28. So the $53,000 is the total cost of the project, but that would not be all in 1 year. This is to kind of further our goals as a Vision Zero and multimodal community. And to do that, we have to put money into these programs. And so that is kind of the large-scale overview of the project.
May I follow up?
Sure.
Yes, just one thing, I also recall Mr. Olson made a comment about the bike lanes themselves being on the PG County side. Can you just speak to that?
Yeah, so that's
Please.
just,
Not
that's
true.
incorrect.
Thank you.
It's in the city's boundaries.
Thank you.
I had one.
Councilmember Schlegel, just as a reminder, we have 56 seconds remaining on this item.
If anyone else has any questions, you described the public space available on Hammond Avenue. Is that, that, I just wanted to acknowledge that in the 2000 master plan, that remains the last area of the city that does not have a small playground or anything. Would this be large enough for some sort of playground or tot lot?
So one of the considerations is a pocket park. It wouldn't necessarily be large enough for kind of significant play infrastructure, and likely that wouldn't be, there would be safety concerns around that. But there would be at least space. I do understand the concern around kind of infrastructure for people of all ages, but that wouldn't necessarily be the right space for it there.
Thank
Okay, great. Seeing no more hands, because this is a resolution, we will not have to call the roll. All those in favor of the resolution authorizing submission of the Kim Lampier Bikeways Network Program grant application, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. Resolution passes. Next item is the resolution identifying the FY26 traffic calming and sidewalk projects. Would someone like to move it? Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I heard Westlake first. All right. Any points of discussion on this one? Councilmember DeBala.
Just clarifying, please, for me, in the cover sheet, fiscal considerations, you have $458,000, and so that's both the money for the ongoing work for the sidewalks and just the two sidewalks that were already part of the budget. Roz is shaking her head, yes, plus the ones that we approved as part of the process. So that's the total for all of the work that was already underway under the old process, plus the stuff we approved.
This does not include the 458 is the projects that were approved as part of this process.
And now we get to, okay.
The other projects that you're talking about, the 13th and Chestnut ones, are separately budgeted for.
Okay. Second question, then this is somehow reflected in the budget work, the budget resolution, ordinance that we are gonna be voting on later, the 458.
Correct,
Thank
yes. This is just purely about the projects identified through the sidewalk and traffic calming process for this year. And that is why the projects that were done under the old system
Are not in here.
are not in there.
Point of order.
Councilmember Landon?
I was wondering whether this resolution could include a total as opposed to just listing, just for clarity purposes, if that's all right. It just seems like it would be helpful to know the total amount. And if that could be included. Is there a problem with that, Madam Mayor?
Give me 1 second.
Are you doing the math right now?
I'm doing the math.
Okay.
And that amount should be 458,000.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I did. Totaling.
I got 458.
I got 458 too.
Right, so all the people who
Because
do math
it
well
was
got the
different.
same
Yeah,
number.
because it was,
I got a
sorry,
different
it was
number, but that
different. I
doesn't
remember
count.
430 something, so
Yes,
that's why.
that's why I was asking, 'cause so did I. Okay,
And Councilmember Landman, you would need to move an amendment.
It's been pointed out to me that it's actually stated further down in the document as opposed to being listed with the numerical expenditures, like in the fiscal considerations section, if we could just.
No, but it's not in the resolution itself.
Oh,
So I
okay.
thought what you
Yes,
were
thank you.
proposing for it to be included in the resolution.
Yes.
So what I'm proposing is in the whereas, the resolve clause, now therefore be it resolved that, and B needs to not be capitalized, the council of maybe we need to just say the City of Tacoma Park Council hereby identifies the following projects to be included in the FY 2026 budget totaling $458,000.
yeah, that's good.
That works, thank you.
So we've moved the resolution, and Councilmember Landman just moved a amendment to the resolve clause. Do we have a second? Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. All of those in favor of the amendment that was just discussed? Do you need me to read it again? Okay, please say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, perfect. So the final whereas, the resolve clause now reads, now therefore be it resolved that the City of Tacoma Park City Council hereby identifies the following projects to be included in the FY 26 budget totaling $438,000. I'm sorry, $58,000. I have 30 on the brain, y'all. All right, perfect. Okay, so now we're going to move the amended resolution. So all those in favor of the amended resolution adopting council decisions on traffic calming and sidewalk requests for the FY 2026 budget, please say aye.
Aye.
Do you have any opposed? Any abstain? All right. Okay, so the next item is the first reading ordinance adopting the FY 2026 tax rates. Would someone like to move it?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilmember DeBala, for seconding. Any points of discussion? Hands? Seeing none. Okay.
Just wanting to be clear, so this includes not just the property tax rate, but it also includes the utility rates. And, yeah, all the different tax rates. Got it. Wait a minute. Is it all in one package?
It's all in the full package
Okay,
that we have
sorry,
here.
so we're doing the tax rates first.
We're doing the tax rates first, and I just want to make sure,
Yeah, I'm not
hold on,
seeing
where's the
checks.
resolution?
Yeah, I don't see the resolution.
Yeah.
Do you have
I'm sorry, the ordinance, hold on one second, let me just. Bear with us, everyone, we have a lot of paper. Hold on one
Yeah, so
second.
we've got.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
It's not in the packet.
It was online.
Hold on one second.
See it, but you guys just
Yeah,
didn't
I
get
read it.
printed.
Yeah, I read it. So, let me just see.
Is there any way to get it up on the screen?
Hold on one second, let me see.
So there should be a separate ordinance about this tax rate that
Yeah.
include the real property, apartments, commercial, residential, vacant, and they're all at the tax rate of 0.5522.
So, may I?
Go right ahead.
So, we don't appear to have paper copies of it.
Oh.
Is it possible for the CCTV to put it on the screen? Yeah, but
They're
I'll
not
see
here.
them.
Is,
Oh, they're there.
Okay. Is the clerk on the Zoom?
Yes, I am. Let me see if I can pull that.
Right. And then that's also true of the budget ordinance. Just so she can prepare.
It should be on the website.
We don't have any of the ordinances.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Would perhaps we could table these until later if there was a way to get paper copies? If there was anybody on staff
So
to get them?
can we just move, because it's right now almost 10 o'clock. So what we will do, staff, if we can get paper copies of all of the budget-related ordinances, that would be great. We're going to move to the other items outside of the budget. We're going to go ahead and vote on the consent agenda, and we can start the conversation regarding the council priorities. And then hopefully by that time, we will have received all of the ordinances related to the budget. Okay, so let's move to the consent agenda.
Does that make sense?
It does.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
Yep. So what we're going to do, again, for everybody that's here, we're not going to vote just yet on item number 6, item number 7, or item number 8, because we don't have the ordinances in paper copy. What we are going to do is vote on item number 9, because we have all of the items for item number 9, and then we still have to talk through council priorities. So we can go ahead and start having those conversations while staff pull what they need for the budget. That way we can keep moving and are able to kind of make the most effective use of our time. So with that, we're going to move to the consent agenda. Just as a reminder, items on the consent agenda are voted on as one motion unless a city council member requests that an item be removed for individual discussion and vote. So the items in the consent agenda include the single reading ordinance awarding a contract for the HVAC control system, and single reading ordinance awarding a contract for a traffic study in the New Hampshire Gardens community in Ward 6. Would someone like to move the consent agenda? Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Any points of discussion?
I would just like to say that I would have voted for the HVAC contract even if they had turned the AC back on in here. It really was not necessary to postpone that to get a yes vote.
11?
Awesome. Okay, so seeing no more points of discussion on this matter, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy?
Aye.
Councilmember Landman?
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel?
Yes.
Councilmember Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak?
Aye.
Councilmember Westlake?
Aye.
Wonderful. Okay, so let's move to the council priorities conversation and vote. So I've passed out to everyone, you should have 3 documents. The first single sheet of paper is the resolution. Just as a reminder, there was one amendment that was proposed related to the climate change mitigation priority. The other item that you have is the list of the full document of the council priorities, where all of the friendly amendments have been incorporated into this version. So if folks are okay with a number of these friendly amendments,
Looks like.
yes, so,
Keep going. Yeah,
yep,
this is it.
yep, this is it. So all of the friendly amendments that are in track changes, were stylistic kind of copy editing things, which thank you all very much, because there is a such thing as document blindness that can happen. And the big thing that I want to make sure that we all talk through, and that is the list of the council priority resolution and priorities documents amendments that we will need to vote on. just so that everyone is aware, I tried to make this kind of like a one-stop document. So you will see the amended section, you will see the current language that is currently within either the resolution or the priorities document itself. And then you will see the items that are struck are where we had individual council members that may have made amendments, and they may have either withdrew them or reached agreement in terms of language that is proposed. The items that are in yellow on this document are the things that we will be voting on, okay? Do we have any questions?
Are these documents now available on our website for the public? Because they were late in arriving, and I just want to make sure that people can see them if they want to get hold of them.
The resolution should have been posted.
The revised versions, I sent them out, but unfortunately, I sent them to Jesse. So, and our city clerk is, I sent it to city management, and I believe Jesse got copy, but I don't think Irma, you got it. So what I will do is, we can make sure that that gets forwarded to you so that this could be posted. I don't know if we have time to do it right now. I think residents will be okay with watching this in the morning and tracking in the morning. So with that, let's move to the vote. Councilmember Westlake.
I just have one question. At least the bottom of the first page, I believe that's really between three options: the current text, Councilmember Landman's suggestion, and my suggestion. So I just wanted, I don't know if there are any others like that, but just pointing out that I don't know how that works.
Yeah, so the way that would work is if people vote no on Councilmember Landman's, no on yours, that means it would keep the original language.
Okay, thank you.
I had a question on the resolution, but are we not there yet?
We are not, what's your question?
The whereas on the front page of the resolution, the whereas says, whereas these prioritized areas include, and when I go back through the larger document, I can't find whether that language is the high priorities, because in at least one case, it's the language of an objective. So I just wanted to make sure that we have that clear. For example, the first says, maintain our commitment to being a welcoming and inclusive community where all residents experience a sense of safety and belonging. And when I'm on page 4 of the document you gave us, that's listed as objective 3 within advancing a community of safety and belonging. So I'm wondering if...
So are you proposing that we amend the resolution to include whereas the most prioritized areas amongst the priorities noted include?
I don't know that we agreed that those were the most prioritized areas. I guess I'm proposing we amend it so we say, whereas...
But that Councilmember Schlegel, that is actually not what was discussed. What was discussed was council members submitted their top 5. And so
okay.
this is reflective of the top 5. But I agree with you that that could be benefit from some clarity, because what was discussed was that we would identify, because there's a lot here, that we would identify the priority amongst all of the items within the document. And
I
so,
remember that.
is that okay? So, I mean,
I think
but I
in
agree with
addition-
you, we could tweak that whereas language.
Perhaps that's fine, but an additional whereas, just saying whereas the 5 goals are, and just to make sure they're named in the resolution. Because the goals themselves of advancing a community of safety and belonging, fiscally sustainable government, they're not, I don't believe they're actually named anywhere in the resolution right now.
I believe when Mayor Searcy asked for our top 5, it could have been goals or objectives, that we didn't have to pick one or the other level. So I think that's why this list is a mix of those.
I see. Okay. Then withdrawn.
Okay.
And if I may, the one change is to make a strategy into an objective, one proposed change, so that it's more consistent.
Okay.
So you want to withdraw?
It's fine, because this document, once
Yes.
finalized, will be attached to the resolution.
Correct. And that's a good point, just so that everyone knows, the way that the way that this ultimately gets posted is this is a cover to the actual document. And we now have the intro language, which explains the structure of the document.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, let's get into, thank you very much. Let's get into the priorities. The first item is amending the, relates to the resolution. It is amending the change mitigation work towards a net zero greenhouse gas emissions. As folks can see, the original language was item number 5. It was listed as I believe it was a strategy. An objective under our climate work. And so it was originally climate change mitigation work towards net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2035. Councilmember DeBala and Landman has proposed an amendment. Would one of you like to move your amendment so that we can discuss it?
Yeah, I would like to move the amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman, for seconding. Would you like to discuss your item?
Yeah, I might take a moment. So, in the development of the resolution, we kind of hit a place where we were looking for 5, but we sort of had 6, because some people were very supportive of climate change mitigation as the priority. Some folks were interested in resilience as the focus. They are two sides of the same coin, and so we combine them, essentially, because they are, in this particular case, really 2 pieces that go together. They're even literally in the same plane.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Councilmember Landman.
The reason for including both is that one, which is emissions reduction, will help the world at large, and the other, which is climate adaptation, will be very helpful to our city in specifics to make the lives of people better and easier here. And we want to make sure that both of those things are reflected in the language of the resolution.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, so we're going to move to vote. All those in favor of the Councilmember DeBala Landman amendment to item number 5 in the resolution to read now, prioritize climate mitigation and resilience policies and programs that have the greatest impact on meeting our net zero and adaptation goals while contributing to equity and other city goals. Please say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, so that one moves.
Point of order or question? It says current language number 5, climate change mitigation. We're talking about the resolution.
We're talking about the resolution.
Sorry, so many papers, yeah.
No.
Sorry.
No worries.
Got it, thank you.
Yep, so, yeah, and at the header, I have council priorities resolution, and now you see number 2, all other edits that were included in the resolution were considered friendly and accepted. Now we're moving to the council priorities document. Okay, so the first item is amending goal, advancing a community of safety and belonging, objective 2. Everyone can see the current language. Councilmember Landman, would you like to move your amendment?
Do I explain it after I move it?
Let's move it, second it, and then discuss.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Points of discussion.
So the purpose of including the phrase work with the community at the beginning is that there was sort of a dangling participle, or whatever the proper grammatical description of it, referring to working with the community at the end of this as initially drafted. And I thought that was confusing, but I also realized that in the context of our discussion about community engagement, we made it very apparent, I thought, in our conversations, that we wanted to prioritize working with existing community organizations to carry out all of these community engagement activities. And that I think it's especially important because I want us to, as much as possible, not duplicate what those organizations are doing, but instead support them and build them up. So that's why I wanted to continue to feature this reference prominently in the in the priorities. It was already there. I've repositioned it in the sentence.
Okay, any other points of discussion on that matter? Okay.
Yeah, hang on just a second. So this is now an objective, not a strategy.
This is this is the objective 2.
Okay. Right. May I?
Mhm.
I feel that that's a strategy, not an objective. The objective is to identify the needs, fill the needs, and one of the ways to do it is to work with community groups. And I thought that someone was going to propose doing that as a strategy.
That, Councilmember Dabala, that is related to item number, when it comes
Oh, this is
to
right, that's the second place
the
that shows up.
engaged.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying.
And I will say that while I recognize Councilmember Landman's point, that the original, that the prior language did have it tacked on at the end, I did not, actually,
It's not in here.
yeah, it wasn't. I think there were 2 items.
Yeah, it was in the other
Yep,
one.
yep, there were 2 items. This one, it was an addition at the beginning. The other, it was tacked on at the end, and that was for, it's community engagement. It is the with service organizations, in objective 1. That's on page 9 of the full document.
So in other words, there's 2 places
So would you like to keep that?
The place where I intended for it to go is under the engaged responsive service-oriented government section. So I'm not sure where the transmogrification occurred, but I intended it to go in that goal.
Okay, no worries. We could just withdraw this item. So Councilmember Lamb wants to move to withdraw the amendment.
because it is outside.
It's, I think maybe, I don't know, is it in both places?
Let's check.
This document is in the
It is on page 9. It was at the end. And with service organization.
I think it
Oh,
got lost
here
in
it is.
translation.
Here it is.
Yeah.
Is it, so it is in here.
Okay, it's only supposed to be in there in the second location, so
Okay.
can we just delete it? I don't need to, if you want me to formally withdraw it, I can, but I think it's just,
I kind of
Erroneous.
think we have to because it's been moved. So Councilmember Landman, would you like to withdraw your amendment?
I withdraw my amendment, which I didn't actually mean to offer in the first place, in this location in the
Yes.
document.
Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you very much. We're going to move on to the next item. Councilmember Westlake?
I move my amendment, right? I have
Yes.
to move it
excellent.
first.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake for moving, Councilmember Dabala for seconding. Any points of discussion on this item?
I'll just say that this one, as well as I think a couple of my other amendments, were really intending to tighten up the language, make it a little easier to understand, but not to necessarily change the intent. I just thought it would be clearer, especially given the 2 objectives before and after this are very short and tight, and then this was a really long paragraph, so I wanted to make it easier to digest.
Thank you so much. Excellent. Seeing no more points of discussion.
I have a question.
Councilmember Hanzak.
Presumably the previous councils, which I think actually preceded our last council too, had included Black and Indigenous and people of color. Is there, and I see this one doesn't have that, is there any reason
that's not my specialty. I don't know if language, does anybody know if there are people who feel strongly about having all of that language in there? Anybody more knowledgeable than me? I'm just noticing you've removed that.
I'll comment. I think that it looks as though Councilmember Westlake replaced including with such as, so that it would, it's an indication of something that might be stated in more words, but I guess it's worth discussing whether we want to name those very specific.
And I think that, Councilmember Honzak, in terms of your point about BIPOC, you know, I think that it at the time, I think there was, it was, you know, based on what was happening in the world, I don't think that the simplified language excludes BIPOC populations. I guess the question is whether or not there needs to be a specific call out.
I don't feel I'm the expert on speaking on this, although I just think it's important that we do this well and right,
Well,
given
we have
that
to
it's
do it,
all about
yeah.
safety and
Yeah.
belonging.
And
No,
it's- yeah,
I
we have
just-
to do it
I-
now. So
I'm
would
just-
you
I know,
like
I'm just-
to add that link? Would you
I don't
make a
know.
motion?
Is there anyone, I'm asking my fellow colleagues, does anyone else feel that that's important? I just want to make sure that people feel truly, anyone? If no one,
If you want to make a motion, make a motion.
okay, I so moved.
Okay, so
To
you're
add it back
moving
in.
to adding
Black
barriers
and indigenous.
such as
Black,
Black and
indigenous,
Indigenous people of
yes.
color. Would someone like to second it?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. All those in favor of the amendment to Councilmember Westlake's amendment, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, so now we're gonna vote on the amended language. Okay, all those in favor of the amended Westlake amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
You have any opposed? Any abstain? All right, perfect. We're moving to the next item. Okay, so the next item is Councilmember Schlegel, and this is the delete such as. And I know that issues such as, I know that the reason I included this as something to discuss is because this item relates to state, county, nonprofit partners, and community groups to address like what we need. This is about coordinating across those groups and eliminating the to address issues such as would mean that we would only be coordinating with them for the purpose of addressing these items, or at least that's how I interpreted it. But I could.
No, thank you. I was proposing that in the spirit of trying to focus priorities so that, you know, the fewer priorities you have, the more likely you are to pursue them. But if that was meant to be language, if the council as a whole feels that language is suggestive of the types of things where we want to coordinate and the real priority is the coordination, then I'm open to withdrawing that. Yeah. So if I could just hear from a couple other members. So is the emphasis here in your mind on coordination, or is it on those specific 4 things that are being mentioned?
I'm in favor of leaving it with issues such as, with the emphasis on the coordination with organizations doing things like those.
I support that because I think we're going to see how things are changing in the landscape over the next year.
Okay, I will withdraw that in a minute.
Okay, perfect. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, Councilmember Schlegel. All right, the next item is amending the goal fiscally sustainable government objective 1, strategy 1. Would someone like to move the Councilmember Landman, Councilmember Schlegel amendment?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Landman. Councilmember Schlegel, you second?
Second, yeah.
Excellent. All right. Any
Thank
points?
goodness for that.
Any points of discussion?
If I may, I think that the idea here was to be reviewing and updating our policies on reserve funds And I think that that should include both new ones, whether we should establish new ones or whether we should phase out existing ones when changes are merited. And the language as originally drafted only talks about new reserves, and I don't think that that's appropriate. I think we want to have the full measure of the evaluation of reserves to occur. And it could mean that one or the other would be dissolved and moved into another or something like that. So let's make it a possibility to move in both directions, both to increase or to decrease reserve funds.
And I'll just add to that point. I wanted to propose not just reviewing the appropriate level reserves, but also the number of reserves, not out of any personal agenda or thinking something needs to change, but just because it seems like if you're going to take a look, you might as well make it a comprehensive, careful look.
Councilmember Devala?
Yeah, do you have any specific, either one of you have any specific reserve funds in mind that you think we don't need, or is it truly hypothetical?
It's not entirely hypothetical. I think from my long ago training in public administration, I see reserves as a way, as one strategy, one tool for ensuring that money will be on hand for expenses when they arise and for spreading out those expenses across years. But there are other ways to plan for that potentially, and so it can allow you to view the funds that you have differently. When it comes around to budget time, if you have money in a reserve, you may think, oh, that's basically as good as spent, we can use it. And you might be more careful if you don't have it in a reserve because you're thinking a little bit more. That's one philosophy. I'm not saying that that's my philosophy, but I think I've heard people say before that it's good periodically to look at your mix of reserves and whether you want to use that tool.
And I would say that we have seen a little bit of it creates a fudge factor to have multiple reserves like this, and we see decisions where, oh, well, this one should come from the facilities maintenance reserve, but this one should come from the equipment replacement reserve. I mean, sometimes it's a gray area, and the creation of more than one pot of money where capital expenditures can come out of that have to do with, related types of expenses could be, I'll call it sort of like a fudge factor that you're building in, that if we wanted to be more fiscally stringent with ourselves, we might not create quite so many. I'm not saying that's where the review would come out, but I do think it merits a closer look. And since the building in reviewing and updating policies is part of this, I don't think we should rule out the possibility of fewer reserves when we're done. They might be bigger, but they might be more general, or they might be different. That's my main point.
I will say that in terms of the reserves that are being, and I thought you all were going to go in a different direction, right? In terms of like the
You're gonna agree
equipment.
with us after all, is that right?
Yeah, unfortunately. Because I think what I was originally thinking was that, because we're getting ready to pass the budget, and we had established all of these, air quotes, temporary reserve, like the assigned reserves that we really do need to make sure that we're monitoring. I saw, like, okay, yeah, I could see how there could be a need to phase out some of the assigned reserve related to uncertainty and figuring out how we want to use some of those monies or reallocate some of those monies. But I don't agree because there are policies around the equipment replacement reserve. There are policies around the facilities maintenance reserves, and they have very specific purposes. So I don't agree that the focus of this should be on trying to figure out how to reconfigure the purposes of those funds, because they have very specific, they're not fudgeable, like they have pretty specific criteria tied to them. They're based on a formula. It's a lot more concrete than, say, some of our, specifically within this budget related to uncertainty, all of those assigned reserves.
The same language would facilitate either approach, and having language that allows for some to be phased out doesn't prejudge where the city manager is going to take this, but it would certainly leave room for the type of revisions that you're talking about as well. And I do think there were discussions this year during the budget process about whether to dip into those reserves or whether to use the general fund for certain things, and things were moved around. So the rules are there, but they're not 100% rigid for how these reserves are used. So I'm not prejudging the outcome here. I just want to have it be a fulsome review of the reserves. So I think that would be consistent with what you're talking about as well.
Mike, just another thought that has come up in recent months. When we heard the presentation from the Pepco person about phasing of electric vehicles, we began thinking about, well, what are charging systems for vehicles? Like, where do those fall? Is that something you would need to plan a separate reserve for, or does that change the nature of, is that equipment? Or is it like, is it related to vehicles? Same with leasing. So as new kinds of approaches are coming online, I think it might be good to just have that either this year or next year as an opportunity to look and say, are we moving to a different world of how things are purchased or maintained or held onto?
And I just want to ask really quickly for the city manager, because when it comes to the electrification of vehicles, that is something, and as we're trying to electrify our fleet, that is something that is being taken into account as staff, as part of the formula for the equipment replacement reserve. Whereas if there's a desire to make substantial infrastructure upgrades within municipal buildings, I would assume that that would fall as part of the facilities maintenance reserve. But I'm going to turn things over to the city manager to just make sure that I'm correct on that point.
Yes, I would agree with that. Staff is fine with the idea of reviewing at council's pleasure any of the reserve funds that we have and what the purpose and the criteria. I would agree with the mayor that there are very distinct criteria associated with those. Facilities maintenance fund is not the same as the ERR, and I think a review of the history of expenditures from those will show that there's quite different types of expenditures that come out of each because the criteria is different. You know, again, we're open to having open public discussions about what the purpose of these funds are, what the criteria is. Frankly, staff internally reviews that annually, and we could certainly bring that conversation or a summary of it or a furtherance of it to the council at your pleasure. I would say I don't think we would consider ourselves candy makers. We don't set out, I mean, it kind of goes to intent. I mean, there's never an intent to fudge. You know, we have criteria and it's easy to show. If there are times that we might recommend to the council, and at the end of the day it'd be the council's decision in the budget amendment, that we'd have to tap, or potentially tap a general fund, it's usually because it might be something that exceeds what might be available, say in the facility maintenance fund, and we'd have to draw from another source to supplement it. But it would always come with a fulsome explanation, and at the end of the day, that would be council's decision to shift funds and through the vehicle of a budget amendment, which is done publicly.
Great. Councilmember Hazak?
May I further ask the city manager, could you just comment, I mean, the main purpose, the way I see it, of this document is both to reach consensus as a council on what we're going to do moving forward, but also, very importantly, is to guide the staff and be clear about what it is that we're hoping from you. So when or if we should add the language phase out, does that speak to anything? I mean, yes, that's a pre-assumption that there might be something to be phased out. Do you have any reason to believe that there are some funds right now that you would say, well, it might be worth a review to phase them out in terms of what you're seeing?
I mean, if we're talking about a snapshot of right now, I don't have a clear answer to that. I think that everything we presented in the budget we've tried to justify. Doesn't mean that we couldn't have further discussions, doesn't mean that we couldn't certainly take input from council on and answer questions about, hey, maybe consolidating these funds makes sense, or maybe there hasn't been that much use of this particular fund and maybe that could be sunsetted and or become something else. I mean, we're open to those kind of discussions. The reference to phasing out is fine, because hypothetically, that could make sense. And I don't have a problem with that in some instances, but ultimately, we're open to a very broad discussion of any of the reserve funds that we have and what their purposes are and how they're triggered and the degree to which they're funded. That's ultimately part of the budget development process. But I don't really have anything I point my finger to at this moment. If it's in the proposed budget and the budget that you're voting on tonight and next week, it's because staff believes there's a literal purpose for them.
Does it imply a significant additional amount of work by staff to add that language in then?
We review our criteria with respect to our funds every year. So I would say no, that's not a problem. And even if we're being asked to do more review than we have in past years, that's okay. I mean, we take direction from the council.
Okay, all right, so we're going to call the vote. All those in favor of the Landman-Schlegel amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Do you have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. The next item is whether to continue to include prepare an adaptability plan for a recession or sudden shortfall in revenue. Councilmember Gilbert and Westlake recommended deleting this item. Would someone like to move it?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Any points of discussion on this?
I think the thought process when we talked about taking this out was to give the city manager and his staff the flexibility that they needed if we ever had to deal with the fiscal shortfall in any particular area. I trust the city manager and his staff to make the necessary adjustments should we have any issues. So it would be my opinion that we remove it.
Thank you very much. And given how we developed the uncertainty plan for the budget in terms of the reserves, I agree with you. So let's call the vote. All those in favor of deleting the prepare and adaptability plan for a recession or sudden shortfall in revenue, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, motion moves. Okay, the next item is fiscally sustainable government, objective 2, strategy 2. Councilmember Westlake proposed another right to the point amendment, which I'm very grateful for. Would someone like to move Councilmember Westlake's amendment?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember thank you, Councilmember Westlake and Councilmember Honzak for seconding. Any points of discussion on this item?
I'll just share that I basically modeled the language off of the budget resolution that we had passed in, I believe, December. So that was the thinking behind what to include and what to not include. So.
Councilmember Landman.
I would like to offer an amendment to the amendment, which would be to retain the language through the word fee modifications, and then delete the portion of the sentence that says, and adopt implementing legislation if deemed constructive. And I specifically want to include that because I do think it's important for us to look at those fee modifications, to ask the city staff to consider those fee modifications, both because they will bring in additional revenue and because from a policy standpoint, I think they're a good idea. So it makes it more concise, but it doesn't lose the fee modification issue, which was also one of the things that was in the original budget proposal from the city manager, at least with respect to vacant properties. So anyway, that's my suggestion.
Can you say again what, I didn't quite follow what you wanted to put in.
Currently, you're revising it by deleting everything after the words railroad and utility tax rate, okay? in the current language, it says, identify and analyze potential alternative revenue sources for the city within current authorities, such as railroad and utility tax rate, commercial property tax rate, as well as vacant property and public right-of-way fee modifications, and adopt implementing legislation if deemed constructive. So right now, your amendment says such as the lead-in is the same, and then it ends with such as modifications to the commercial property tax rate and the railroad and utility tax rate. It omits reference to vacant property and public right-of-way fee modifications. And I don't want to omit that portion of the language that's in the current draft. I'd like to include the fee modifications as well as the tax rate changes.
But not the implementing legislation.
But not the implement, yeah. So it would remove the end part about implementing legislation and instead would end after right-of-way fee modifications.
So you would be striking, within Councilmember Westlake's
Got it.
proposed
I would
amendment,
be
you'd be
adding-
striking the word "and" after property tax rate, making it a comma, and then adding the other two items to the list.
Yes.
Okay.
And those are the only two fee modifications.
Vacant property and public right-of-way.
Yes. Mhm. Again, what? I'm sorry.
Well, I thought we had looked at them both, and that's why we didn't.
We had a presentation about commercial property tax rates and our ability to
Yeah.
revise them, but we did not conclude that process. We had the presentation, so, you know.
All right.
I will add
And I
that-
don't think we've got to, the vacant fee issue was on the
Was
table,
in there.
but it has not yet been
Yeah.
been finalized.
And if I might be recognized, I don't want to.
Councilmember
Yeah.
Schlegel?
Regarding the public right-of-way fee modifications, the only discussion we've had was when I made a budget adjustment proposal about that, but then we learned it needed to be an administrative regulation change. So at least that would mean it's kind of still on the table for further consideration.
That's why I remember talking about
Okay.
that.
Actually, now that you mention that, I think we did determine that railroad fees, that was not viable for us, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't that
But
correct?
then I
Oh, okay.
may I
Councilmember DeBala?
May I ask another question? Councilmember Westlake, do you have any objection? Is there something about fee modifications that you don't want to look at, or were you just trying to simplify?
I was trying to simplify.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that everybody is clear on where we are, because I see a lot of people are confused. All right, so we moved Councilmember Westlake's amendment. There has been a amendment to said amendment. I am going to read what I believe the amendment is. Identify and analyze potential alternative revenue sources for the city within current authorities, such as modification to the commercial property tax rate, vacant property tax, public right-of-way fees. Yeah, because we said modifications already.
Vacant
A-
property fee or tax?
Was it fee? What did it say before? Yeah, it should be fee. Vacant property fee. Okay. The commercial property tax and the okay, and yeah, just both of these are fees. Yep, I agree. Yeah.
And just as a point of order, is railroad and utility tax rate a legal term that has to stay together? Because our wonderful resident, Mr. Olson, has pointed out there are no taxable railroads in the city at this time. But if we have to refer to the railroad and utility fee rate, we'll just keep it in there.
If I may.
Councilmember DeBala.
Two things. One, I had asked whether that was correct, and I never got an answer. Not from him, but staff. And, because there are literally railroad tracks in Tacoma Park. But this, can I call the question at this point?
Yep, I'm just trying to make sure that I have the correct language. Okay. Okay, so revise, identify and analyze potential alternative revenue sources for the city within current authority, such as modifications to the commercial property tax rate, the railroad and utility tax rate, and vacant property and public right-of-way fees. Okay, so that is the motion that is on the table. All those in favor of the amendment? Do I need to read that again?
So just on the very last word, public right-of-way fees, are we talking about like the initial registration fee or the rate per square foot? Would that include rate per square foot in terms of as a part of the fee we're talking about legally?
In other words, there's a permit fee and then there's a leasing fee.
Yeah.
So they're both fees, but one is for permitting.
Are they both called fees? Okay, all right, thank you. Sorry.
No worries. Do I need to read that again? Okay. All those in favor of the Councilmember Landman's amendment to Councilmember Westlake's amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Do you have any opposed? Any abstain?
Abstain.
Okay. All right, so,
Mayor, did
Yes.
someone second?
yes. So Councilmember Landman made the motion. I believe Councilmember Schlegel, you seconded this, right?
No.
Or was it
No.
DeValas?
I did not.
No. I
Wait
don't
a
think there
minute,
was a
no one
second.
seconded it? All right. So, Councilmember Landman moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel, for seconding. We just did the whole reading of the language again. All those in favor of Councilmember Landman's amendment to Councilmember Westlake's amendment, please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? Do we have an abstain?
Abstain.
Okay. All right. So the next item is.
We have to move that full amendment.
itself.
Mm,
Vote on it.
The amendment as amended.
Yes, so the amendment as amended, yes, we do have to vote on that. So, all those in favor of the new amended Councilmember Westlake amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Do you have any opposed? Do you have any abstain? All right, so that one's done. That was a doozy. All right, so the next item, sustainable, environmentally sustainable community, objective 2, strategy 1. Councilmember Schlegel offered an amendment to that language to include and prioritize. Councilmember Schlegel, would you like to move your amendment?
Yes, moved.
Would someone like to second it?
Second.
Okay, so it was moved by Councilmember Schlegel, seconded by Councilmember Landman. Any points of discussion on this one? Councilmember
Yes.
DeBala?
Yeah, I think the LADC report is very important, but I'm not sure that I want to prioritize that over other stormwater work or over other work generally in the capital budget. In fact, I'm sure I don't want to prioritize it over the other. So I will be voting no on this.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Any other points of discussion? Okay. Again, we're talking about the Councilmember Schlegel's revision to add and prioritize to the LIDC language. And I will just say that I plan to join my colleague, Councilmember DeVala, in voting no on this for the same reason. The LIDC, super important, provides a lot of really good information for us to be able to move forward towards dealing with increasing stormwater resilience. It did cover a very small geographic
Yes.
area, and I am concerned that by prioritizing just that segment of the community over stormwater work that could potentially be more spread out across the city geographically, we may be doing others in our community a disservice.
Thank you. May I make a comment then?
Sure.
I completely understand that, and I have since recognized that there were prior studies dating back to at least 2012 that made recommendations for other areas of the city. So the spirit of this was just to say, where we have recommendations from a study, let's prioritize implementation. But I did see that the LIDC study, I think, focused primarily on Tacoma Branch, which is in wards 2 and 3. That's not my intent. Would the group be amenable to a different wording of this amendment that would say, continue to implement and prioritize stormwater resilience study recommendations without mentioning LIDC, so that it would refer to any studies where we already have recommendations in hand?
Councilmember DeBoer.
So I'm not comfortable with prioritizing this over work that's gonna help us meet our permit requirement. So that's where I get stuck.
Okay. So I would say let's.
Sorry, I did state permit requirement, for those who didn't know what I meant.
Okay.
Okay.
Seeing no other points of discussion, I think we're gonna go ahead and call the vote. All those in favor of Councilmember Schlegel's amendment to revise the language to continue to implement and prioritize the low-impact development center stormwater resilience studies recommendations to address flooding and ecosystem risks, please say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed?
No.
Nay? Any abstain?
Abstain.
Okay, all right, so it sounds like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, that's a no, 1 that's a yes, 2 that abstain. Okay, next is, Councilmember Landman recommend deleting, this is for the environmentally sustainable community, Objective 3, Strategy 2. And it refers to, and I should have put the bullet that was above that bullet, it might have helped. But the current language that's currently in the priorities document is continue collaborative planting of trees in select neighborhoods with the aim of helping to address inequities in tree distributions within the city. And on page,
Yeah, there we go. All right.
Councilmember Landman.
Move the amendment?
Yes.
Okay, so moved.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Wesselek. Any points of discussion on this one? And for folks that are following, it's on page 8.
May I explain? Okay, so in the earlier draft that we had of this document, there were actually 2 bullets. You can see in your revised version, there's a new bullet in there. And I think that was potentially just a typographical error, but I also think it was potentially that what's now bullet 1 and bullet 2 were intended to address the same thing, and they were different wordings of the same thing. The second bullet here refers to collaborative planting of trees in select neighborhoods with the aim of addressing inequities. The previous paragraph says, implement the multi-year urban forestry management plan with a focus on no net loss and equity in tree cover. And so I just felt that they were covering the same materials, and actually the urban forest management plan, you know, has a detailed coverage of the areas where tree losses occurred, et cetera. So it's nothing against trees in select neighborhoods, it's just that I thought it was unnecessary and duplicative, and that's the reason for it.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, just a bit of history. The urban forest management plan was being developed at the same time that the pilot program for tree planting was developed, and they never completely connected, especially on the equity piece. Thus, 2 bullets, that's how it got started. And I looked back at the urban forest management plan this afternoon, and to me, it doesn't stress the equity piece in particular as much as I would like in order for me to be comfortable with letting go of the second point, this extra bullet. But that's just how I feel about it.
Councilmember Honzak?
Not having read that in detail anytime recently, I want to just say, if keeping it here will allow parts of areas where there are particularly inequities in tree cover, in light of my extreme attention to building resilience and making sure there's shade cover in areas, and I'm sure you share that sentiment, I think I would favor just leaving it in. Just.
And one of the things, and I have to rely on some of my colleagues to keep me honest about this, because I agree with you, Councilmember Landman, on the surface it seems duplicative, but I do recall that one of the bigger issues was about planting on private properties, particularly in some of our wards where, like Ward 6, where the tree canopy was not where we would have liked for it to be, and the city did a great job of increasing the canopy in the city's right of way, but there was also a desire for there to be more tree plantings on private properties, and also as it relates to tree plantings along segments of the Purple Line and private properties there. And so I focused a lot on the word collaborative, and I mentally just connected that to not just limited to public right-of-way plantings, but also private property plantings, but I could have been just reading a lot into collaboration. Councilmember Schlegel.
Yes, I also appreciate, I mean, whether it needs to be separate bullet or not, I'm comfortable with keeping it because of the word collaborative. Makes me think of the Casey Trees program, and the way that almost is, it's almost working outside of what our management plan can take on, but we're linking people with it, but it's doing a tremendous amount of good, and I like the idea of prioritizing keeping people connecting to that.
Councilmember DeBala, then
Yeah,
Honzak.
Because I did look at it, I could say that the urban forest management plan does have a section in it about private planting, but it doesn't talk about it keys back to the maps. It doesn't talk about the collaborative piece, and in my view, it doesn't stress enough the equity piece for the particular neighborhoods. But there is a section in there about private property planting as well as one about public property planting, just to be clear.
Councilmember Honzak.
Glad we've had this quick discussion. I think actually this brings me to, I'm looking at our deputy city manager and our city manager right now, and we have a new urban forester. Again, this is so important that we understand what we're trying to say so that you think you understand. I think the one gap that I have seen, and I hope that this adequately expresses that, is that I personally, when I see collaborative, would like to see, and addressing equity, if I keep this in, to me it means that our staff might sometimes through the housing and community development department or public works actually call, or at least specifically proactively reach out to some of our multifamily residential properties in particular and see if we can encourage them to think about planting trees on their properties, because a lot of them don't want to because it's more trouble and they're unlikely to do that. So I actually had this interchange with one of our staff members and I'll be honest, got some resistance that that's an extra step. And if you think that that's too much, I understand, but I'd like to have that conversation with you, and I hope that that point is taken in this particular bullet, if we should include it. Thank you.
I'm not going to fall on my sword on this. I do think that that it's covered, and I wouldn't mind strengthening the language with respect to equity and collaboration in bullet number 1. But if people think that they want to call this out, my goal was clarity and simplicity. It wasn't to in any way denigrate the program, which I think is a great program. And the urban forestry report that does call out which areas of the city have less coverage, and recommends that those areas receive the most attention. So, you know, I mean, good on us that we have a plan like that, and the study from 2023 points out where those areas are. So, you know, whatever, but
I was thinking about making a friendly amendment as well.
Can I make a friendly amendment to change collaborative to proactive? Or add?
I mean, I would actually suggest, because I think that there is a coordination there between the first and the second bullet, could we remove equity and tree cover in the bullet proceeding and allow the next bullet, which focuses on equity, to be the standalone?
So
So the first bullet would read, implement the multi-year urban forest management plan with a focus on no net loss, increased biodiversity, and tree maintenance support. Continue collaborative planting of trees in select neighborhoods with an aim of helping to address inequities in tree distribution within the city. And that way, they're broken up over 2 bullets. They obviously relate to one another, but one is focused primarily on equity. Okay, so I
That's-
made them up. I can't make motions.
Could I ask for one maybe additional word in your friendly amendment? Hearing what you said, Councilmember Honzak, you had said the word encourage rather than just maybe instead of just
Proactive.
continue collaborative planting, you want encourage or something like that, or advance, or I'm not putting words in your mouth, but it seemed like you wanted something other than just
Encourage or
continue.
proactive works for me. I can go with encourage,
Okay.
yep.
Yeah.
Encourage collaborative planting. Yes, I love that.
Can I move that this be one collective joint amendment that?
Yes.
that
Yes.
reads- that- So
I
that
second.
bullet number 1 would read as follows. Implement the multi-year urban forest management plan with a focus on no net loss, increased biodiversity, and tree maintenance support. Bullet number 2 would read, encourage collaborative planting of trees in select neighborhoods with the aim of helping to address inequities in tree distribution within the city.
Yep.
Great.
Okay, so Councilmember Landman made the amendment. Do I, Councilmember Honzak makes the second. All those in favor of the amendments? Wait a minute, hold on, I gotta make sure I'm doing this right. So, Councilmember Landman, you originally made a motion to delete the bullet. Okay, so you wanna withdraw that amendment?
I withdraw that amendment and maintain the opposite with equal vigor. And then I move to offer the substitute amendment that I just read of the 2 collective bullets.
Perfect, that Councilmember Honzak seconded. All those in favor of the collective amendment that Councilmember Landman just read, please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, so that one moves. We're really close, people. We're getting there. The next item is engage responsive, service-oriented governments, objective 1. Councilmember Landman and Councilmember Schlegel offered an amendment. I'm gonna go a little out of order because I did not have an opportunity to suggest the amendment that I have proposed, which I think might work a little easier because I recognize that you all were struggling with trying to figure out where to put the organizations. And I struggled with that too. And so what I have proposed is to take them out of the objective, but to actually incorporate the organizations as part of strategy 3. So develop targeted outreach and communication techniques, including working with service organizations that are most appropriate for specific hard-to-reach groups in the city. Because otherwise, even when they were at the end, it seemed a little awkward. You put them at the beginning, it seems a little awkward. It seems like the service organizations are the conduit in which we want to help with engaging.
Let me make sure I'm.
And for folks that are looking at the master document, we are talking about, this is engage service oriented on page 9. So Councilmember DeBala.
So this is what I was trying to say before when this came up the first time, that it's more of a strategy rather than the objective itself, to work with community groups.
And so just as for folks that are following, what I've proposed is to, Councilmember Schlegel and Landman proposed to add at the beginning of the objective, working with service organizations, comma, then the rest of the objective language. I've proposed to cut the with service organizations from the end of the objective and to add them to strategy 3 around targeted outreach and communications techniques.
Okay, may I make a comment?
Councilmember Schlegel.
So, thank you very much, Mayor, seriously, for like working that out. I'm still remembering just that we had a really robust conversation about how we wanted to move beyond the idea of in outreach and communications, which is what you've written here, targeted outreach and communications. We wanted to get to where through the outreach and communications, hard-to-reach groups were actually informing and influencing how we designed our programs. And so I think that the amendment that I had proposed with Councilmember Landman, that idea was in there. Working with service organizations, adopt innovative, culturally appropriate initiatives. Just, I want to make sure we, I don't know how you do the language on this, but are we in agreement that what we mean here is that we're going to work with service organizations, but they're going to be involved in designing and adjusting how we do things?
And so I think that's where I kind of got a little, where I kind of disagreed a little bit, because it shouldn't just be service organizations working with staff to dictate how we do this, right?
Okay.
So that's why I felt like the objective really should be about more generally making sure that we're actually adopting these innovative approaches, and that we're working first and foremost in collaboration with residents. And then what I've seen happen is more working with these organizations that can help us with that outreach. So what happens a lot, it could be, our organizations that do food distributions, and they're in the multifamily buildings, and making sure we're working with them around disseminating flyers as folks are coming through to get food, because in my mind, this is more around how are we trying to improve public engagement, and the big key is trust. And so to me,
Yeah.
some of these organizations have already built trust in some of our segments, and so using them to actually get to the people versus using them to help with shape what we do.
Yes, I love that. So the idea really is you're working through service organizations, but you're ultimately working with residents. And so maybe there's a way to make sure we understand that service organizations and those partnerships are a means to an end, but that the real goal is that residents have their voices in the thick of things.
Right, and that's why I felt really strongly like keeping that collaboration with residents as part of the objective is key. But, for me, it's like, okay, how do we need the service organizations, but they're really a mechanism for reaching the people. So that's why I thought maybe incorporating them as part of that third bullet could kind of more clearly communicate that.
Okay.
Councilmember Hazard.
Yeah, I don't want to get us off base. I think I agree with the whole candor of that conversation, and therefore I could support the CRC amendment. I just want to, again, it's kind of like the tree conversation. I want the management to hear me, if my colleagues would agree. One of the things I would like to see here, in addition to what you're talking about, and I don't want it to get lost here, is that I think, for example, there are some out-of-the-box ideas that we haven't tried yet, in addition to working harder with service organizations and more clearly including the navigators, but also, for example, this idea of the bus stations, for example, has come up. We have not reached some of our Spanish-speaking populations in my part of the neighborhood very well, and for whatever reason, it's still seemingly difficult to even go through some of our service organizations. So I'd like to make sure that's not lost here in case we have the resources to try something new. Anyway, and I think, it's definitely not written here, and I'm not suggesting, it's too much detail for me, but I want to be heard. So, on that point, as we talk about this in the next one. Thank you.
There is the time to call the question.
I think we may be ready to call the question. So I think the big question is for Councilmember Landman and Schlegel, do you want to move forward your amendment, or do you want to withdraw?
We would like to withdraw, and we would like to move your amendment.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Schlegel moved this amendment. Do I have a second?
Yes.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. Excellent. All right, so the next item, I'm sorry, y'all, we've gone way over on this, but we're really close. The Engage Responsive Service-Oriented Government Objective 1 Strategy 1. Councilmember Westlake proposed a revision.
I move my revised amendment.
Second. Excellent. Any points of discussion on this?
I'll just say, I think, looking at it again, I think the first half is the same. It's really the second half, making it just clear that it's about support for council member communications. I felt like that was a much easier, shorter way to say what we were trying to say.
All right. All those in favor of Councilmember Westlake's amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do you have any opposed? Yep.
I seconded.
Yep. All right. Excellent. So that one moves forward. Oh, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay, perfect. It's done. The next item is another Councilmember Westlake.
I move my to recommend deleting.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake, for moving. Thank you, Councilmember Landman, for seconding. Any points of discussion? All right.
Point of discussion.
Yep.
So is the idea here that we've already said in the resolution that these can be amended and other stuff can be done as things arise?
Right.
Okay.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? All right, so that one moves. All right, so the next item is Councilmember Dabala is proposing a new strategy, Strategy 5, under Objective 2, on the Engage Responsive Service-Oriented Government.
So
Councilmember
this
Dabala.
responds to a conversation I had with a couple of other council members about where the capital projects are in this, and it appeared that they weren't. So this is a way to address the need for planning for capital projects that are supportive of staff needs. So it reads, support city employees by providing a healthy, safe working environment to allow them to best serve our residents. That's the connection to the goal, including planning for public works facilities and police dispatch renovations, or such as police planning for the facilities and the renovations, whichever you prefer.
And I'm sorry, did we move that?
I
No.
was just reading it.
Okay, Councilmember Dabala, you want to
I
move
would
it?
like to move it.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake, for seconding. Any points of discussion?
I would recommend removing the comma after safe. Because right now it says healthy, safe,
And working.
working
Yeah, that's not what I
environment.
meant. Never mind.
May I point out?
That's a friendly amendment. I think we can keep it.
Councilmember DeBalle, may I?
Yes.
Yeah. I actually, it's interesting, I hadn't read this one yet. I support it if we don't have, I can't talk, it's getting late, facilities in here, and construction. However, it's interesting because when I first read it, to be honest, the first thing that came to my mind was that perhaps we don't have anything in here about our current situation, about keeping our employees safe, and that's the main, one of our thrusts and the scope that we have been discussing.
No,
I thought that perhaps that was, more the thrust of this particular one. Do you feel like that it appears somewhere else?
This
Since you
was-
looked at it from a different vantage point
Well, this-
when you put it in?
when this was written, the
Yeah.
other situation hadn't
Right.
become
Yeah.
widely known yet.
Mayor, are you
I-
aware if there's a city employee? I'm just wondering if this one should be modified.
There is,
So if we go to this section, no.
Or at least not under that objective.
No.
and that would be the place. it
I
would
mean, I
be.
do think it's going to consume a
Well-
lot of our time this year, and
Yeah.
sometimes,
So
If I might
the,
make-
go.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was
Oh,
gonna add
go
something.
ahead. Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
So if you wanted to consider it, we would say to support a working environment, allow them to best serve our residents, including strengthening HR policies, procedures, something like that, and planning for public works facilities, et cetera. So we could add a phrase, I'm looking at the city manager, which basically captures the HR review part.
I actually, and just to kind of pose it, I actually.
Stick the word physical in front of working environment, that would work too.
I think that what you have here actually incorporates, it encompasses what you're saying without explicitly calling it out. Because the including planning for public works and police dispatch renovations are just examples. It's including but not limited to, and unless we want to just say including but not limited to.
Well, so then we go
Okay.
with such
All
as
right.
to be consistent with the
All
rest
right,
of it.
I mean, I still stand by my comment, but we can.
Councilmember,
Doesn't need to lead any changes.
Councilmember Landman.
I want to support the amendment that Councilmember DiBallo just suggested, which would be to make a reference to HR policies and procedures. We are about to embark on devoting a significant amount of our time and attention to revisiting those policies and procedures with the help of an outside auditor. And their audit, it makes sense to me that there be some reference to that in the context of this set of priorities that we're putting together. Moreover, it's not only Public Works and the police, it's the entire city staff who will benefit from updating whatever policies and procedures we have in HR that might need to be amended based on what we learn in our audit. So I think it's a smart amendment, and I appreciate it.
And it would not leave out other aspects of the work, but it would focus on what has already begun, which is
And
the
what-
HR
yeah.
review,
Mhm.
and recognize that the council will be spending time on it, as well as staff. Maybe, yeah, I'm talking myself into this.
May I make a friendly amendment
Okay, so I just want to make
to
sure.
the amendment?
Well,
So
first, we don't
one,
have an amendment
you
yet.
don't have an amendment
Oh, I
because
thought
it's
she-
your amendment,
Okay,
right?
so somebody else has
So
it?
we've
I thought somebody
moved
said
it.
it, yeah,
So
didn't-
if you consider what someone has put forward as
Friendly.
friendly,
Well,
then
good.
it's good. And so the,
So to restate, I am adding into my own amendment a second piece, which is the review of city HR policies and procedures. Okay, good.
and Councilmember Honzak, you are offering an amendment to
I
that.
am actually offering an amendment to streamline this. I think we're getting too specific. We haven't defined the scope. I would suggest, my amendment is that we just say, support city employees by providing a healthy, safe, working environment, period. Or, excuse me, it's not period, to allow them to best serve our residents, period.
Well, it works too.
My point I was gonna say was, thank you, that was,
This is a strategy.
everything beyond that is addressed in the last whereas on the resolution. Whereas the council may take action on issues not listed in the priorities document based on urgent or exigent circumstances. Obviously, we have this whole new thing that's gonna take up a lot of our time. We never know what else might come along, and so we don't have to name those as parts of our priorities for the 2 years, but definitely the well-being of our staff, we can say, yes, that's a priority for sure, no matter what comes down the pike.
Are you seconding my amendment?
So I'm seconding, yeah.
Okay, so Councilmember Honzak made an amendment to Councilmember DiBalla's item, which is striking, including planning for public works facilities and police dispatch renovations. Councilmember Schlegel seconded. Okay, let's vote on that. All those in favor of striking that language, please say aye.
Aye.
Wait a minute. Oh, you said aye, okay.
She was moving.
Oh, wait a minute, I'm still trying to figure out what I want to do. I'm an aye. I don't think this limits us at all. Although I would prefer to be able to signal to, call out the facilities. So I'm not an aye. Because I think it's important for staff to see the facilities. So all those, let's do that again. All those in favor of Councilmember Honzak's amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Any abstain? Okay, so it moves.
Well, no, I'm really I was trying to streamline. Can I?
Yeah.
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes.
The main, I actually see the purpose of leaving facilities, however, the problem is I think we were getting too specific. And so because one of the things that I think really matters to me, and it gets to scope and it gets to objectives of any audit that we're going to do, and this particular bullet, which is I think we also want to signal to anybody who might want to work on our staff that we want to, that this is a healthy, safe working environment, and we want to recruit, we want to make sure people know that. And I cannot quickly come up with that language, so that's the shortening. But anyway, you are well heard, and I'm sorry.
No worries.
Because I think it's important to signal that to the public if there was a way.
Ma'am?
Yes.
I don't mean to throw a wrench, but I don't believe we voted, or you voted on Councilmember DeBala's.
Original.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Well, that was an amendment to my original.
that was an
so
amendment to
was
her
first.
original, so we have to vote on the new amended
Oh, okay.
DeBala amendment. So Councilmember DeBala moved language that included the friendly amendment about including the HR policy.
Right.
We never voted on that. Councilmember Hanzak then made a
Friendly
amendment. It wasn't friendly. She made an amendment to cut the end, and we voted in support of that. So now we need to vote to add the whole thing in.
Okay.
Okay, so all those in favor of adding,
Could you read the specific language that
Sure.
voting on?
Yes.
I'm not 100%.
no worries, I'll take care of that for you, because I'm getting a little confused too. All right, so what we are voting on is to add a new strategy to goal, engage, responsive, service-oriented government. What the language is support city employees by providing a healthy, safe, no comma, working environment to allow them to best serve our residents, period. All those in favor of adding that strategy, please say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? All right. Next item, Councilmember Westlake.
I move my revised amendment.
All right.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert. Any points of discussion on this?
Just making it shorter.
Yeah, I like that. All right. Seeing no additional.
Discussion. So we're only working on state highway administration stuff? Because I've got Eastern Avenue in my ward that's a big issue.
So, so are you proposing, county or DC roads as well?
Yeah, I thought the focus of this was, I see that this has gotten too wordy because it's like listing all these potential data sets. But I wouldn't want to limit it just to SHA intersections.
So I see here that, council member, and I just want to propose this as a friendly amendment, because SHA is, state of Maryland, we removed in that amendment, the District Department of Transportation. And so, which would include those DC, outside of the state of, it would include the DC roads that are at the border.
Are you saying work with SHA
And
and district DOT
Mm-hmm.
to address safety at dangerous?
Mm-hmm.
That's the, okay.
Councilmember Schlegel, is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, because I don't know if there's any place where we'd have to work with Montgomery County specifically. Okay, yeah, I would accept that.
Okay, so Councilmember Westlake, do you consider that to be a friendly amendment?
Sure.
Okay, great. So we're going to vote on the revised language that was friendly amended. Work with State Highway Administration and District Department of Transportation, DDOT, to address safety at dangerous and poorly functioning intersections based on available data with focus on promoting walkability and cycling. Okay, all those in favor of Councilmember Westlake's amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? All right. Awesome. Okay, the next item is Councilmember Schlegel.
I'll move this.
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. Councilmember Schlegel moved, Councilmember Honzak seconded. Any points of discussion on this one?
I was thinking of Councilmember Honzak's statements at various meetings about the real desire on her part and on many of our parts to make sure that in the remainder of our term, we have the staff generating these proposals in areas where the needs are not raised by residents, perhaps because they're hard to reach or they're not aware of the process for making proposals. So I just wanted to really flag that strongly.
Okay. Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, the question I have is that may not be the only thing that we would like to improve in the process. So does this, to me, this suggests that we've discussed it and we have one change we want to make and that's it. And so we haven't done that yet. And so my first reaction was, why are we calling out one change? As much as I support the change. But I don't, it's not
Councilmember Honzak?
I mean, obviously, you know my opinion on this matter. I think that one of the things that's actually been a little bit challenging about our priorities so far is sometimes we're not explicit enough to say what it is we're trying to achieve in the given year. And I think they've already made some pretty good adjustments to the process, as we know, and our previous council voted on. And so I think this would signal this is something that we'd like to see happen this year, because we weren't very clear about it last year. And it does not exclude the possibility of other adjustments also being made. But if we don't have agreement on that, we don't have agreement on that.
My proposal was, it began with the word including, so that it would not be saying at the exclusion of anything else.
Okay. Councilmember Landman?
I would support putting this in here. I think it's important. We have had discussions about it in the council, and if we want to say, this is something, whatever else you do, this is something we want you to prioritize, I think we're sending them a good signal, and it does not preclude anything else happening. So it would make sense to me.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think we're going to call the vote. Councilmember Schlegel moved, Councilmember Honzak, you seconded, right? All right, all those in favor of Councilmember Schlegel's amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? All right. Last but not least, Councilmember Westlake.
I move a revision. Still don't know how to say it right.
No. Second. Thank you. So Councilmember Westlake moves, Councilmember Honzak second. Any points of discussion on this one?
I'll just say that this one is a little bit of I'm changing it because the current language only talks about supporting businesses outside the areas covered by existing business associations, which is important, but we also support the existing business associations. So I felt it was important to include that in this statement.
Thank you very much.
Could we just, have you looked, just making sure you looked back and it wasn't already addressed in another strategy?
No, I don't believe so. It should be in the last item.
Yeah, right, it's that, yeah, so that is substantial, yeah.
Yeah, it's a distinct one.
I support what you just said.
Excellent. All right, let's call the vote. All those in favor of Councilmember Westlake's amendment to goal housing and community development for an improved and equitable quality of life, Objective 3, Strategy 2, please say aye. Aye. Do you have any opposed? Any abstain? All right, so that one moved. All right, so now we got to vote on this full amended thing. All right. So now we're going to call the vote on the resolution adopting the amended council priorities for 2025 to 2026. All those in favor of adopting the resolution of the amended resolution of council priorities, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Councilmember.
We don't have to amend the priorities officially through amendment first? I mean, adopt this document that we're adopting and adopting by reference? We don't have to take a vote on the entire set of council priorities before we adopt the resolution?
So they go together. So what will happen is when the council priorities are posted, when the resolution is posted on top of the priorities. So it all goes through as one thing.
Okay, I see that now.
And does it have to
Formally
be,
adopts the priorities.
does it have to be moved and seconded? Or?
We moved it to start the amendment process.
Okay.
So now we're just voting on whether or not we are okay with the full amended package, which includes the resolution as well as the revised priorities document that we just went through.
We moved and seconded.
Yep, we had to move and second it to start talking about it. All right, all those in favor of the amended resolution adopting council priorities for 2025-2026, please say aye.
Aye.
Do you have any opposed? Any abstain? All right, awesome. That's done. Awesome.
We finished, Pam.
It's finally. Thankfully. All right, so let's go back to budget. We're not done yet, but we're close. All right. Everybody should have the first reading ordinance now for adopting the FY 2026 tax rates. You should have a printed version of it. All right. So we're gonna do a bit of a do-over for that one. Would someone like to move the first reading ordinance adopting the FY 2026 tax rate?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala, for moving. Thank you, Councilmember Gilbert, for seconding. Any points of discussion on this? You started to ask the question.
Quite a while ago.
Yep.
What was that? Yeah, I do not actually.
Okay. Councilmember DeBala, are there any other, Councilmember DeBala has no questions. Are there any other questions regarding the first reading ordinance of the tax rates? Okay, seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy?
Aye.
Councilmember Landman?
Nay.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel?
No.
Councilmember Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Hanzak?
Aye.
Councilmember Westlake?
Aye.
Okay, now we are going to vote to convene as the Stormwater Management Board. Would someone like to move for us to convene as the Stormwater Management Board?
It's my dream to move that.
Well, you were.
Well, you can have it. You take it. Take it.
You were slow.
It's really fine.
I
You
second.
can have it if
Okay.
you like.
Councilmember Hanzak
Okay.
moves, Councilmember Slagle seconds.
So sorry.
All those-
Damn, I'm a dream killer.
All those in favor of convening as the Stormwater Management Board, please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. We are magically the Stormwater Management Board. Now we are going to move to the first reading ordinance adopting the FY 26 Stormwater Management Budget. All right, would someone like to move the Stormwater Management?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes, as a member of the Stormwater Management Board, I move.
Okay. Councilmember Schlegel moves, Councilmember Hanzak second.
Board member Schlegel move.
All right, any points of discussion on this? Okay. Seeing none, would the clerk please call the roll?
Mayor Searcy?
Aye.
Councilmember Landman?
Aye.
Councilmember DeBala?
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel?
Aye.
Councilmember Gilbert?
Aye.
Councilmember Hanzak?
Aye.
Councilmember Westlake?
Aye.
Okay. Next item is the first reading ordinance adopting the FY 26 budget. Would someone like to move it?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilmember Westlake. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Any points of discussion on this?
I have a question.
Councilmember, I think Councilmember Landman had her hand up.
If you have a question, you
No,
should go
go
first.
ahead.
Okay. I intend to vote no on this budget because I don't think we made as much progress as I felt was necessary in this year. but I do want to express my gratitude to our new city manager for the effort that he has made, that we all worked with him to support, to set aside a significant amount of resources for the potential unexpected challenges that we're going to face given the situation, the political situation, and the, at the federal level, and the budgetary situation at the state and county level. So this is a difficult vote, but I just wanted to clarify for Ward 1, who may be out there, what my thinking is.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Schlegel?
I will also be voting no, but I wanted to say that I felt like it was a process with a tremendous amount of goodwill and patience and team building in this group, and I'm very appreciative for all the long hours of listening that many of you did to ideas that ultimately you couldn't go for. And I also want to say that I'm really happy about the extra assistance made possible to people who are going to be facing, who already are facing really dire circumstances. And I think I'll just say, yeah, my vote against my prior vote against the tax rate was tied to this, just that I really would like us to continue to try to do everything we can, and in terms of the residents who keep coming forward to say that they feel very squeezed. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, I had a question about for the background materials that had to do with the fiscal 25 revenues and expenditures line, but maybe what I'll do, it was a question that a resident asked during the comment period, which was quite some time ago. So maybe I would send this to the city manager and ask that you copy all of the council members in the response. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember DeBala. Any other points of discussion? Okay, so I just want to say before we call the vote, how appreciative I am of, I just want to send my appreciation to our staff. I recognize that it has been a challenging budget because of the level of uncertainty that we are all having to think through and face. I recognize that there are a number of residents that are experiencing hardships. You know, we're dealing with inflation. There are people who are losing their jobs or have lost their jobs. And I understand the difficulty that brings to each and every household that is impacted. And I don't hold that lightly at all. But one of the things that I felt, I still feel very, very, very strongly about is the need for us to make sure that we have resources in the city that would allow us to pivot, to help people in need rapidly. And we are already starting to see in real time how the decision that we will make after this vote in terms of having assigned reserves that allows for flexibility to deal with the potential changes in federal grants, to deal with the potential changes in terms of income. It's becoming even more evident that this is the right decision for us to make. I would love to be able to give each and every resident a meaningful tax decrease. I'm not talking about $2. I want to ultimately get to a point where we're able to give folks a meaningful tax decrease. But unfortunately, where we are, the climate that we are in right now requires us to make sure that we have resources in the city to be able to predict what may be historical, unprecedented impacts on local communities. So again, I just want to thank our staff, Deputy City Manager Eubanks, I know worked really hard, and so I just, and Director Chung and the Finance Department. I really want to thank each and every one of you for all of the late nights, because I know we're long-winded, and answering all of the questions, because we really could not get to this point without each and every one of you. So thank you.
Oh, can I add just
Councilmember Wesselek.
I agree with all the sentiments you just shared, and it made me realize I wanted to say thank you as a new council member and with a council that's majority new. I really appreciate all the staff work on this to both produce it, but also to help us understand it and the process, as well as thank Mayor Searcy, Councilmember DeBala, and Councilmember Honzak for their help with helping to make sure we all know what's going on so we can make this process work. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Schlegel was first.
Yeah, because of the late hour, I was being very brief, but I wanted to thank staff as well. There were so many questions, so many tranches of questions in the process that you so patiently and thoroughly answered. And another thing I'm very proud of is that you mentioned the climate we're in, and then there's also the climate we're in, not just in this room, but you know, the heat. And we have been, we've been, in my mind, courageous to continue to press forward with a lot of work to make our community more walkable, bikeable, safe, and we've not dropped the ball on that, whereas our federal government is doing that every day. So I'm really proud that we've been willing to go ahead and spend the money to look at traffic calming and sidewalks and a number of other things, and just continue to move forward on climate response.
Thank you, Councilmember Schlegel. Councilmember DeBala.
I just wanted to associate myself with the comments of the mayor, particularly about thanking staff, and to let the rest of the council know that one very small item in here, but it's very important to the people who are going to receive it, is the money we appropriated to do an expanded low-income tax rebate program. And I just wanted everybody to know that Deputy City Manager Eubanks and I started working on it today. And I discovered that he had already started working on it, actually. So that was good. Yeah, so stay tuned.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I could add one final.
Sure.
note,
Go right ahead.
to extend the meeting, but I'd like to thank the residents for their input throughout the process, including going back to the town forum that we had, the survey that we did. I think these were a couple things that hadn't been done previously, at least for a while. And while we ultimately, in various ways, there's things we agreed with and things we might not have, but I just want to express great respect on behalf of the staff for the varied voices that we heard, and really did help us think some things through. You know, it's good to be challenged. It's good to be, you know, kept thinking thoroughly through the process. So, you know, residents really helped us do that, and we got a lot of feedback during the course of this, in the budget hearings and public hearings and everything else. We appreciated that. I also want to thank the department heads for putting together their respective departmental budgets, and I want to thank the employees from the ground level up, because we allowed them release time to get together and give us some of their ideas and feedback on budget. All of that helped form our thinking, our thought process as we actually put the proposal together. So a true team effort, community, employees from the ground up, and finally, my last thanks is for the mayor and council for your guidance. I think, again, even if we might not have agreed on every point, we agreed on many, many others, and the mutual respect is there. And ultimately, the guidance and direction from the mayor and council is extremely important to the staff, so thank you.
Thank you so much, and I definitely want to echo my appreciation to all of the residents. I'm looking at you, Arthur, between the comments, but the emails that have, I mean, and not just you, but all of the residents that have provided lots of comments and feedback. Please know that you are heard. And so with that, I'm going to have the clerk please call the roll.
Mayor Searcy.
Aye.
Councilmember Landman.
Nay.
Councilmember DeBala.
Yes.
Councilmember Schlegel.
No?
Councilmember Gilbert.
Aye.
Councilmember Honzak.
Aye.
Councilmember Westland.
Aye. Okay, so the last item, which I think may be a quick one, but I'm not sure. It's the draft resolution establishing the council compensation committee. So I just want to pause to see if the members of our council compensation committee working group have any points of discussion regarding the resolution or things that council should consider as we are reviewing the resolution language.
No, I would want to know, did everybody have a chance to look at it such that we don't necessarily need to go over it? Or do you want to take a few minutes? I think.
No.
Yeah, I don't, because I'm looking at my colleagues, we were able to communicate among one another to reflect what we felt was the council's consensus from our dialogue. And I think we're all three of us are comfortable. I'm looking at my colleagues.
No, I'm good.
Yeah. Okay, so no.
No additional, no worries. So, Councilmember DeBala?
Yeah, what, if anything, have you changed since the last time we talked about this?
Actually, you wouldn't have seen this before, right?
We,
Right, but
You
you
didn't
just
see it
alluded to
before, so,
making
yeah, well,
some-
no, so, Jesse Carpenter drafted it, and we just made some minor tweaks, but really, it's not like, it's not tweaked from what you would have seen before. I'm trying to think if there's anything.
we made a good faith effort to incorporate the takeaways from our work session. And I think that we remember that we have flagged that we need to go back and change the ordinance so that it's picking up 4 years from now, next time that they're due. And we did with item number 5 in the resolution, we did tinker with that language, understanding in general, we want a nice diverse group that's going to be looking at all of this through an equity lens, and we ended up using the terms demographic, geographic, and other socioeconomic factors that may help them in developing a compensation recommendation. And so the idea there is that the group as assembled will have strength through diversity, but not that there's a specific, quota system or anything like that.
I have another question.
Okay,
So,
Councilmember.
on number two, so that allows the committee to suggest whether there are other things that they want to cover, provided that they are perceived as barriers. Did you consider any other charges to the committee besides the statutory charge? Because we talked a little bit about that, but not much during the last discussion.
Just that they would review the principles as well, right? Which is in number 1.
As well as review the principles.
So you see that just above where you were?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah.
I missed it the first time.
Okay, just wanted to make sure you saw that. But yes, we felt that reflected what we discussed.
Okay.
It is an additional charge, right, to do
Yeah.
the principles and the barriers.
Okay. All right, any other points of discussion? Just as a reminder, this will come back to us for a vote next week. So please take a little bit more time when you're refreshed to be able to review. And if you have any amendments, definitely would encourage you to speak with the members of the working group regarding any proposed amendments, because they may have already discussed certain aspects of things. All right. And I think that is it for the evening. All right. So with that, I'm going to move to adjourn. I think I could do that. I don't know. All right.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Honzak. Everybody ready to go? Yes. Good night.